Hey everybody, welcome back to Alien RPG. This is the Cold Dark, episode 3 and the finale. I hope you will enjoy this. The Cold Dark is one of my one-shots that I wrote for Alien RPG. You can find that on my website. I'll put the link below. Hey, while you're there, please look around. I am an author, and maybe you might find something you like. I do have a bunch of new books coming here within the next 6 months or so, and I'm really excited by that. But in the meantime, throw this video a like and subscribe, and we'll be seeing you in the near future for more Alien RPG content. Probably going to do Destroyer of Worlds. Thanks a lot, guys. These one shots require a huge amount of not just prep, but actual writing, because they kind of start as an idea and they take on their own life from there, and then you have to go back and fix continuity errors because something clicked at some point that changed what you wrote in the beginning, and it so that's what makes Destroyer of Worlds attractive to me as a GM. But on the other hand, I'm really getting an itch to run a space trucker campaign,
Yeah,
and not not like the last campaign we ran, because that campaign in the end was all pre-written. Um, this I would probably run it a little more free form, using like the charts in the back of the book to help guide. Because if you guys are space truckers, you're probably freelancers. You've got options in terms of what kind of jobs you want to do and stuff like that. So I'm thinking about something like that. I haven't made any decisions. That's a lot more work intensive for me, obviously, but that doesn't bother me as much. Depends on what you guys think, what you guys might want to do.
well, if I can, I'll speak first, I guess. The Now that things have settled down around the house here, and we're kind of settling into summer, and I'll definitely have time to commit to it. So, um, um, I love your campaigns. I do. I've never played a regular, besides I think Last Hope. I've
Hmm,
never played a written campaign for Alien yet.
gotcha.
So, um, to be selfish, I would love to play Destroyer of Worlds so that I can run through it and then GM it for some other people at a point down the road. But I guess if you want to vote, that would be my vote.
Okay. I mean that's fair. Destroyer is it's a hell of a game.
Yeah, I bought. I had all the intention. I tried to kickstart an online group with Sharif and a couple other guys, and I am just not sharp enough in managing in digital form anymore than I used to be, and it just got bogged down because I guess if it was just D&D combat and just standard D&D stuff, I probably would have no problem going digital. But since Alien is unfamiliar to me, I bought the hard copy of Destroyer, and God, I love the art and everything. So
Oh yeah.
that's my vote.
And I don't have a preference one way or the other. Um, I like the campaigns a lot, but I also see the advantages of a free form format where it can go literally any direction instead of constantly running your way through the funnel, right? Because pre-written ones, you have a certain amount of freedom, but there's a boundary, and when you run into the boundary, it funnels you back towards the middle. It has to,
Right.
okay, by definition. So I don't care one way or the other, to be honest. I like both approaches.
What do you think,
Yeah,
Bob?
same here. Happy either way.
What I will say, we've had this discussion before, is if you're going to do Destroyer of Worlds, um, a campaign, we we do have to do our best to make a strong commitment because um, it would take us forever to get through if we're only playing sporadically rather than usually playing every week with only the occasional miss.
Yeah.
And this is not a commentary on anybody's issues or anybody's problems. I know shit happens. Okay, it just does. But we just gotta. I mean, it's just a fact. We gotta try.
Oh, it's a true statement. Slices and Dices Gaming, who I have watched I've watched all their Alien content, and they've got a D&D Ravenloft campaign that I like to watch. I say watch, but I listen to it while I'm driving to and from work. But they play Alien once a month on a Friday night. And because it's once a month, everybody's there. Everybody always just makes sure that they're there, which is great. But because it's once a month, they just finished the Colonial Marine campaign, and they've been playing it since the day the book came out, over a year ago. So, in fact, it's been a lot longer than a year. It's been a lot longer than a year. It's been a year and a half or more since Colonial Marines came out. So, yeah, so I hear what you're saying. And I'll have to recruit some more players if we were to do Destroyer, just because there's 6 playable characters from the start, maybe 7. And I wouldn't necessarily want 7 PCs, because that's a lot of people to keep track of and all that. But we typically run with 4. I'd probably want to push it up to 5, maybe 6, if we can do it. So we'll see. All right. Well, let's get on to the Cold Dark, shall we? When we last left our intrepid party of Seeks and Systems employees, you guys had made your way during the day to the lab complex and found the main door, the entry door into the place, partially open, the place having no power, everything very cold and dark and empty. You found a sink faucet that had been probably dripping steadily, and eventually just started freezing to the point where it's kind of a frozen waterfall from the drain to the faucet itself. You found Kalinda Meta's room, where I suppose Chip did, and you guys looked around a little bit, but in the end, you found Kalinda's room was number 5. You guys never checked out 4 or 6. Number 7 was clearly an office. There was a computer terminal there, which of course has no power because nothing has power. And you found a number of whiteboards with notes, including or huge numbers of equations, I should say, including the whiteboard that had what was noted as the universal vibrational constant. And then you found that room 8 was an entry down into a sub-level, which in the sub-level you found a clean room and the lab itself. The lab is full of parts and components and equipment and tools, as well as a very bizarre machine that looks like it is out of one of those antique horror movies from the mid-20th century with wow, my brain is with vacuum tubes and diodes and contact switches and dials and all sorts of stuff. And the lab was completely dark, because upstairs you have a little bit of ambient light from windows, because it is still daytime outside. When you got here, you expect it will be daytime for about an hour. Of course, you've been searching for a little while. Down below, you found Kalinda Meta uh, Chip's hopefully girlfriend, and you found Dr. Sunil Mehta, the scientist whom Chip's mother, Dr. Mallory, was here to was sent here to assist. Of course, when you guys got here, you found all sorts of problems, and that's where we that is where we left off. That is where we left off.
So, did Kalinda and her mom give us an update? What was going on? I don't remember that part.
No, not really.
Not
We
really.
ended right where you guys, you and Kalinda, the music came up and the two of you ran and
Oh, embraced.
that's
Yes.
right. And Dr. Sunil Mehta, who is that guy, was just kind of standing there. And that's precisely where we ended.
All right. I assume that Kalinda and my guy will be embracing for a bit, so I'll let the adults interact.
The adults interact.
Doctor, can you please tell us what's been going on here? Your engineer is running amok back at the colony facility, and look what he did to my arm.
He looks at your arm and it just kind of, you said look what he did to my arm, so he kind of glanced at your arm, then he looked up and at you, and he has an almost British accent. It's kind of that, shall we say, that colonial Indian accent where it's partially classic Indian and partially British or English, and he says, I do not understand what has happened to him. He was helping me with my experiments. He just grabbed an axe and attacked us. And we haven't seen him since.
Well, tell me about these experiments. Something set him off. What have you been doing here? I know generally, but I need some detail. What's going on so we can piece this together?
He, make an observation roll, would you?
I will. Oh, remind me, did we do introductions last time, or did everyone just kind of end?
You know what? I don't recall. We'll just assume we did introductions.
Okay, because otherwise I was going to do the "do you know who I am" kind of thing. All right.
Gotcha.
Hold on, I got to pull up my sheet, which I should have open all the time so I can look at my personal agenda. Okay, observation.
Oh wow.
Holy mama.
How'd you pull that off? I call hacks. Okay. He kind of furrows his brow for just a moment and says, "Well, I would assume if the company sent you, you're informed, but we're we're bridging. We're penetrating the membranes between realities, different. I don't know how to explain it in terms you might understand. There are different realities that occupy the same space, but they're different, and we were breaking through the membranes that separate them so that we can see what was there."
See what was there, but doesn't that when you say see, it actually is like a portal or an opening between them, right? correct?
A portal or an opening? Yes, yes,
Some,
yes.
in other words, to see what you can see, um, you could possibly let something in or cross over.
Um, Dr. Mallory, Chip's mom, speaks up and says, "Well, I think that's the whole point. If Dr. Meta has achieved this, the whole point is to give us new options for exploration. Can you imagine the practical applications, the advantages of a nearly unlimited number of universes to explore, mine the resources, the space for new colonies? It could completely change the galaxy as we know it. Would there be any need for groups like the UA and the UPP to fight anymore?"
I understand. So, Doctor Meta, did you succeed? Did you succeed in your experiments of opening up a glimpse of another universe?
I did, and we really, our priority needs to be, we need to get, what's the word? We need to get power. We need to get electricity so that we can continue the experiments. I mean, that is what Dr. Mallory was sent here for, is it not?
Um, I can understand that, and obviously I'm very interested in your results, but I'm also very interested in making sure everyone stays safe. Um, uh, does this your experiment where you open up this link or get this glimpse, whatever you call it, does this, let's call it a portal for no other better explanation, um, word, does it close when the power shuts down and your experiment comes down? Does it close? Does it take a massive amounts of power to keep it open?
Um,
Is it closed now?
he kind of turns and he looks at the machine and says, "Yes, it's no longer open."
Okay, so physically, you do your experiments right here in this lab or in somewhere else in this facility.
No, this machine.
Okay, and where does this opening or this viewport or whatever manifest itself? Here in this room or where?
No, it here. And he kind of hesitates. And uh, Kalinda breaks away from Chip and says, the the machine creates the portal in that dish right there. You see that concave dish. The machine builds the portal there. The energy emanates from the machine, and that's where the portal comes into place.
And how big is this dish?
Oh, the dish is about a meter across.
All right, so it's not very big. It's 3 feet. All right, 3.3 feet if you want to be exact. Okay. So you have no idea what might have set off your engineer or what's happened to him. He seems completely mentally unstable. He's a danger to us. I don't know if he's a danger to you or himself, but um, he he was muttering the whole time he was attacking us. He kept saying stuff like, "Look what you made me do. We have to stop." He thinks you need to stop these experiments.
Dr. Meta just shakes his head and says, I don't know." Kalinda kind of speaks up. She goes, he grabbed an axe, and she points over at the wall where there's an empty spot where there was a fire axe in a shoot. I'm sorry, I'm having a trouble. But anyway, there's an open cabinet where there was something inside. You assume it's one of those fire axe spots. It's got a fire extinguisher in it as well. And she said he attacked the machine, and he came at us once before he ran away.
All right, so let's back up a little bit in time. What was happening right before he ran and got the axe?
We had the portal open.
And what was he doing?
He was assisting.
Right. Was he manipulating the controls? Was he doing the observations to see what he could see through the portal? What was he doing exactly?
Meta, Dr. Meta, I should say. He pauses when you ask your question, and I'm giving you this information because of the observation roll. He pauses, and then you notice he looks at Kalinda for a moment. And then she says, "No, my father operates the equipment. He just monitors to be certain that there will be no power interruption, mechanical breakdown, that type of thing."
So is this the first time that you managed to open up this connection, or have you done it before?
He says, "No, we opened it." Hold on, let me get you the right answer. I don't screw this up. Give me one moment. No, we opened it 12 times before.
Huh.
If we could get power in it, I could show you how the machine works. Though, and he kind of looks at the machine. He says, "Though I suppose it needs." I'm sorry. I'm struggling. It needs some repair. But if we could restore power, we could get started on that.
Okay, well, I think first things first, we need to restore power so that we can get all the life support operating in this building. Didn't you notice it's a bit cool?
Kalinda starts nodding. She says, "Yes, it gets very cold."
So we've got to start warming this place up so it's habitable. It's going to be dark very, very soon. It's going to make
about a half hour at this point.
Okay, it's going to make operations difficult. So I think that's the number one priority, but I am extremely interested in the work. Do you have any data, information, video that shows the results of these portal openings and what you've detected or seen? Is it in your computer computer memory?
Meta, he looks at you for a moment and goes, "Video." And Kalinda again speaks up. No, I mean, my father has his notes in his computer, but we have not.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand because you're the one who used the word. You're the one who's used the words observation and to see into the other universe. So I assume that if we're using our eyes to see what we can see, that you would want some kind of recording because you are a scientist, right? You are following established scientific principles, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But I also understand that whatever data you have on the computer, we can't get to till we get power. So we're back to the power thing. So power seems number one. How are you established for food stores and water?
Um, Kalinda says there's plenty in the kitchen.
Yeah, I think this is out of game. I think I remember from my notes MREs or something like
Yeah,
that.
prefab meals, water,
Yeah.
coffee,
Okay.
the normal stuff.
The normal stuff. Okay. So the key is power. It seems that the person most qualified to get the power back operational is the guy who took out the power in the first place and messed up my arm. Do you have any idea what your engineer did to bring the power down?
Meta and Kalinda look at each other and both shake their heads. But you guys found, as a refresher, as a reminder, um, at the main base, they had a tractor there that that you'd been told was disabled. That's why you had to walk.
Right.
And on the 3-hour walk here, you found where someone had dug up an access point to,
Right. Okay. I remember that part.
yeah, and damaged all that, which would have killed communications and power to the lab complex. When you reach the lab complex, in addition to it not having power, it has its own tractor, but the 6 wheels on the tractor were disabled.
Correct.
Yeah.
But if I remember right, it was electric, right? It was batteries.
Correct.
So there was still some battery power in it. It just couldn't move because the wheels are all messed up.
In fact, correct. Malcolm checked that out and determined that the drive system as well as the battery pack system was operational, and that it had charge, but yeah, it's not gonna drive in its current condition.
All right. So thanks for the refresher. It's been a while since we played.
Yeah. No problem.
All right. So I'll explain to the doctor. We found that an access way. We found an access way, and we found that the main cable and communications that carry power and communications has been damaged. I'm not an engineer or a technician. I don't know if it can be repaired. Let's see. Malcolm's a pilot. Hey, Bob, you're a pilot. What's your heavy machinery?
One, so I know a little bit about heavy machinery, but not a lot.
And your strength is?
4.
Oh, so you'd have 5 dice. So you know a little about. All right. I'm just trying to figure out who's most qualified to determine the way to go. Because what we discussed last time is it might be possible to hook up the batteries of the tractor to the building, but all that's going to do is get us some lights. It probably won't get us heat, and it certainly isn't enough power to run his experiment, given that he's been drawing off the reactor. So I think our only choice is to repair the power link, but now we have 2 doctors, right? We have Louise, who's a doctor, and we have Dr. Meta, right?
Right.
And they're both scientists. So between the scientists and our pilot here, do you guys feel that you can repair the power link?
Dr. Mallory says, "Well, I'm more theoretical.
Yeah.
I can try to help, but I don't."
All right. Well, our issue is that if we have to backtrack to where it's been damaged,
It's an hour away on foot.
I know. Well, yes, it's an hour away and it's going to be dark. So we'd have to try and do the work in the dark, in the freezing cold. I think that's a bad idea, especially since your engineer's running around, apparently at home in the freezing cold. He's
Shouldn't we be trying to focus on getting out of here? I mean, so far everybody's just been talking about resuming the project, but we've got a crazy man trying to kill us, and all the equipment has been damaged. I would think we want to get everybody together and get out of here.
I'm with Dr. Malcolm. I want to go. Mom, I want to go.
Just saying.
Not Dr. Bell, pilot, right? You're a
Yeah,
Bob.
that's
You're a pilot. This isn't Jurassic Park. There's no Dr. Mel.
That's right. Dr. Meta, he's. I can't leave. I cannot. The only thing that matters is the work. We have to get this back up and running. There's so much to see.
doctor, all things in good time. We, if we're not necessarily saying we're going to abandon the facility, we're talking about options, and one option is to try and get back to the colony buildings where we can think this through in an environment where we have lights and power, heat, food. We have the things that we need, and then we can determine our next course of action. I don't want to abandon the facility either. But right now, our primary issue is that we have very little daylight left, and at the moment, I don't think it's safe to try and get out of here because we don't have a tractor, and we'd have to make our way in the dark and the freezing temperatures. It's 3 hours back to the colony, don't you all agree? So I think our issue is that we're, if nothing else, we're stuck here at this facility till daylight. I know we all want to go, but are you guys really suggesting that we walk back in the dark? I've taken a trek just down from the colony building down to the landing zone, and that wasn't even 20 minutes, and that was nerve-wracking.
That's right. Your ship is damaged. Forgot about that part. Thanks.
I didn't forget about that part. We're not getting off the rock. Okay. We're waiting for someone to come get us.
17 days.
Yeah. So,
Always the go-to in Alien. 17 days.
so I know you want to leave, but Malcolm, do you have a suggestion?
Well, I just think we need to consolidate and get a secure place so that we aren't bushwhacked from behind again.
Okay, well
Everybody together, that kind of thing.
that makes sense. Dr. Malcolm makes a very good point, and that is right now I think we need. I mean, when did your engineer go wackadoodle on you? It was days ago, right?
2 days?
Yeah, it's a couple days. So have you been cowering down here in the lab for 2 days? Hiding? Have you had anything to eat? Have you had anything to drink? Or have you been moving around the facility?
Kalinda says, well, we sneak up here once in a while.
Okay, so you guys work here all the time. Um, Frankly, with the threat of your engineer, he's violent. He's injured and killed people. Um, and this, where do you think is the most secure place to hang out in this facility? A defendable position?
Um, Kalinda, the Dr. Meta and Kalinda look at each other and well, if we can get any power at all, but if we can just fix the door, I imagine that could keep him out. And Dr. Meta says, but we have to get power. We have to get some sort of power. And
Well,
Kalinda adds, yes, it's going to get very cold very soon.
the only power we have available to us, and it's going to be short-lived. I'm gonna go outside the game for a second. A tractor. My understanding is the tractor's all electric, correct?
Correct.
All right, so it's not like a hybrid, like it has a motor that can charge its battery either.
Correct.
It's all right. It's all electric. So back into the game, we could try, and I'm asking you guys. This is not my expertise, but maybe we could hook a power cable from the batteries of the tractor into a bus on the facility and get some kind of power, but we'll drain it over time. It's just batteries on a tractor. Maybe that's sufficient power to run some stuff, but you need someone who knows the facility, who knows which bus to power up, which ones not to power up. If you try and just hook it up and start drawing power, everything in this building will turn on and suck the battery dry.
Dr. Mallory says, well, I'm sure that we can figure that out.
Okay.
I'm sure we can figure that out easy enough. And Kalinda actually speaks up and says, well, my father's terminal controls power to some extent, so we can use that to, if we need to turn off certain parts of the facility.
Okay. We're running out of daylight. So we've got to find a cable that's sufficient to carry the load. Can't be just jumper cables. So we need a cable that's sufficient to carry the load. Someone's got to hook it up to the batteries in the tractor, and then we've got to find where the power comes into the building and connect it to the bus. Plus the batteries are probably, unless there's an inverter, the batteries are running DC probably, and everything in here is probably AC.
Dr. Mallory points off at a storage shelf on one side and says, "Well, I think that'll do." And she points at a heavy electrical cable.
How handy.
She said, "I'm sure we can find everything we need in here."
Okay, so Dr. Mallory she's a experimental
She's
and theoretical
physicist. Yep.
Theoretical physicist. So I'm assuming that her heavy machinery is bupkis.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
And Dr. Meta have any skills in that area?
Not really. That's why the company assigned him an engineer.
Correct. It was kind of a rhetorical question.
But he shrugs at you and And Malcolm and says, I will help where I can.
Well, Malcolm, I think you're our boy.
Right. Well,
I think that this is an excellent time. This this is a time to show everybody what you can do, what you're made of. It's in a crisis where people rise to the occasion.
Oh God.
yeah,
Chip
I,
is
I could do
Chip is
this.
giving him the side eye here. Like, I don't know about this guy.
But everything depends on our ability to do this, and you're the person with the capabilities, and just think about how this is going to play out at corporate when we manage not only to get through this whole thing, but bring this data back to corporate, all because of your ability to MacGyver this.
To MacGyver.
An ancient reference.
You just verbed an 80s TV character.
All right, so I think we need to get on it. We're running out of daylight fast.
All right,
Um,
let's do this then.
Oh, now we have to try and protect ourselves against this against the engineer. I keep forgetting his name. It was a mouthful to pronounce.
Jaleel Equenzi.
A Quimsy. We have to protect ourselves from a Quimsy. What do we have? Let's take stock. What do we have available? I still have my pistol, but I have to shoot it. Oh, I'm left-handed. I can shoot at my pistol. What else do we have? We have some blunt objects, right? Chip, you're a big strapping lad. You think you could find a piece? Could you find a search around and see if you can find a blunt weapon like a oh, I don't know, not just like a broomstick, but maybe a piece of angle iron or something that you might be able to, in a pinch, swing as a club. We got to make sure we protect Malcolm while he connects all this stuff.
Dr. Mallory says there is absolutely no way that my son is going out there and playing guard dog.
Okay, then, Doctor, I need you to do it then.
She says, I'll do it.
Come on, Doctor. I know. Well, why don't you do it together?
Yeah, the more people covering my back, the faster I work. Sounds like a plan.
She says, I'd rather he stay indoors. And yeah, I'd rather he stay indoors.
Yeah, Mom. I don't think I need to be going out there. I need to stay with Linda.
Dr. Meta says, but I'll come. I'll do what help I can.
Boy, that means
That's terrible verbiage. I'll do what help I can. What was that?
okay, Doctor. Once he hooks that up, hooks up the battery, where does the power come into the building? Where's your main where's your main electrical bus?
It's on the. It's outside. I think. Glinda says it's on the it's on the southern side of the building.
That doesn't know.
It's only.
Okay, southern side of the building. All right, and we came in on the west side, right?
Yeah, you came in right here.
Through the entry mud room.
Yeah.
A facility has a mud room. Okay, the tractor's over there too, right?
Yeah, the tractor was parked right here.
All right, so I think we need to get started. Doctor, what do you propose that we power with the batteries once we get it hooked up?
Says, or which doctor are you talking? You're talking to Doctor
Dr.
Meta.
Meta.
Okay.
Well, he's the one who has the computer that can decide what gets powered.
Oh, that's true.
We need
Um,
we need lights, but I don't imagine that we could run
Pardon me.
any serious heat off these batteries without draining them fast.
Speaking of light, I just thought about this because you guys have been in conversation for a good
flashlight.
while. Those of you who have flashlights, go ahead and make a power roll on your flashlight.
I had to open my big fat mouth.
Yep, yep. Oh, Malcolm loses one. Mercedes is okay. And I think, Chip, you have a flashlight, don't you?
I do. I tried to roll it just now. I guess it didn't go.
That's weird.
It's spinning for some reason. Oh, it looks like it's okay. No, I didn't click. I think there we go. Hold on. No, why is it not clicking power?
It does pop up with a
Are you
modifier window somewhere.
are you
Oh, it does. Okay.
Are you clicking on the
oh,
number?
there we go. Got it. Got it. I got it. I got it. I had to do the input
All right,
window.
so you're fine.
There we go.
Doctor, so you asked about where you should route power to, and Doctor Meta says, well, the only thing that matters is the machine. I'd like to continue my work.
I kind of look at Meta to try and figure out if he's crazy or just obsessed.
Make an observation roll. Well, you don't know the man, obviously. You're not getting crazy vibes from him by any means. He doesn't, have big bulging eyes or anything, but something's felt off. Could just be stress. Who knows?
The only thing that I want to hear, with all due respect, Dr. Meta, is heat, power to close doors, and lights. Anything else can wait till the relief effort is here.
Kalinda says yes. That makes sense. I'm sorry, my father's very tired, and yes, but we should work on light and heat first, and then everything else probably secondary. All right, on to it.
All right, so yeah, we gotta get hopping. So let's make our way. I think that all right, if Chip stays and Meta's daughter stays,
Oh, there he is. Okay.
and I think Meta, I don't think you're Dr. Meta. I don't think you're going to be very helpful out there. So, other than maybe to help drag this, to help with the cable. So, just get it in place. But I don't think it's heavy enough that it's. Anyway, let's muscle the cable up there, Dr. Meta. I'd appreciate it if you just stayed inside the mudroom and kept an eye on us. I'll do an overwatch with my pistol in my left hand. I can't help with the cable because I got a bad arm, right arm. And Dr. Mallory, if you're going to keep an eye on an eye out while Malcolm works. I guess you've got to maybe you can help assist Malcolm with the cable to the tractor, and then let him do his thing while you keep an eye out, and then I'll do the same. But um, do you think you should try and bring a weapon, or would it just be better if you? I think you'd need something to protect yourself in case Quasi comes around.
I'm sorry. Were you talking? I got
I was
lost.
talking to Dr. Louis. I was
Oh,
talking
Dr.
to
Mallory.
Dr. Louise Mallory about finding some kind of blunt object so she can, while Malcolm's doing his thing, if she's going to stand watch, she needs some kind of weapon to fend off. It doesn't do as much good if she suddenly gets jumped by somebody or something, and I have my weapon.
I'm really better off just keeping a close eye out. I'm no good with a weapon.
It figures. Well, that's what I thought. So, all right, let's get on it, I guess, and then
I ask
Something else.
Kalinda if there's any room that we can go to be alone. Priorities.
She says we can. I mean, we can go up to my room. I'll be near them if they need anything. But yeah, we can go to my room.
I nod enthusiastically.
track mind.
Yeah, that's right. High
right,
school
let's
makeout party incoming. All right. So you guys, you're all moving like you have a purpose.
Yes,
Yep.
All right. So
and let me know when. All right. So what I want is, like I said, I'm gonna. Where's the tractor again?
I moved Malcolm to it.
Okay, so he's at the tractor. Dr. Meta is staying in the mudroom.
Okay.
All right. And so I'm while we're moving to the tractor, I'm keeping my eye out and my weapon ready in case something shows up. But I also want to I look at Malcolm and Dr. Mallory and say, I don't, I just, I'm a little worried. There's something a little off with Dr. Meta, and I don't know if we're getting the whole story here, but we need to keep an eye on him, and I'm not convinced that a Quasi is the only threat here. So let's get this done as quickly as possible.
Dr. Mallory says I've known Dr. Meta a long time. He seems a little off. I'm not sure. Maybe. I mean, this is obviously a tough situation. Maybe he's just at the edge of his stress. I don't know. So Malcolm, as you're taking a look at the tractor, would you please make a heavy machinery roll?
All right, it all comes down to this. No
Um,
pressure.
and he had a success. So
Look at that.
you can get this. You can get this all hooked up. You can get it all done. You can put together a makeshift inverter. You can do everything you need to do. Here's the downside. The downside is it's going to take you 4 hours to do.
Wow.
So there's going to be an amount of working in the dark, and it is going to get colder and colder. But you can get it done. And as you're outside, the sun is really starting to head down across the.
Who had flashlights? I have one.
Just about everybody, I think. Just
Did
about.
Malcolm have a flashlight?
Yep.
Okay, good.
I
So
think
Malcolm,
Louise is Dr. Mallory's the only one who doesn't have one.
right. Well, the key for that is I want Malcolm to use his flashlight to do his thing so that I can use my flashlight to scan the surroundings
Gotcha.
constantly. Actually, I hand it to the doctor to scan the surroundings since I only have one good arm and I'm using that for my weapon.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Um,
So keep vigilant, Dr. Mallory.
Yeah, this is gonna take me a while. So if you do have any of those thermal blankets or anything here, I could sure use one of those. Just saying to keep me from freezing while I'm working. Also, that I don't trust Meitai. He seems to be a bit more than just worried about his work. I think he's up to something. He's just too concerned about that portal as opposed to his life and our lives. So
Well, we had
you
this
should watch your back with that one. I'm
we
just
had
saying.
we had this discussion back at the we had this discussion back at the colony that it's possible to let something through if you open a portal. Maybe he's all hot and bothered to get the power back, not to continue his experiments, but to try and open the portal to try and get some. Maybe he let something in. Maybe there's something besides a quasi that's our problem.
That's just saying. The feeling I get, like, don't turn your back on him. All due respect, but that's all I'm saying.
It just seems odd to me that everything was fine. They opened the thing 12 times, and then on the 12th time, suddenly he goes crazy for no apparent reason and starts swinging an axe at everything. And he's killed Paul.
Yeah,
Is that his name,
like I
right?
said,
yeah.
the fact
was
that
the colony.
Neta isn't freaked out about that just kind of says it all.
You're right. He seems less concerned that his engineer has gone crazy and is killing people. Has killed. And he still wants to do his experiments. All right.
Dr. Mallory says it may be a form of PTSD. He's having trouble. He's like me. He's a theoretical physicist. He's not used to these types of situations. He's spent most of his life in a lab. Maybe he's, as a defense as a coping mechanism, he's just trying to fall back into his work.
All right. Well, let's not make any assumptions or snap judgments. All things are possible, so we need to stay vigilant. Malcolm, you keep working. We'll keep watching. And now we walked here. It took us 3 hours. We walked here, so
Correct.
we're wearing weather gear.
Right. You're wearing cold weather gear, which will protect you during the day.
Yeah.
At night, without the cold weather gear, you would have to make a stamina roll once per turn. That's every 5 to 10 minutes to avoid the freezing situation. The cold weather gear staves that off to some extent to once an hour. So it makes it much less deadly, but it is certainly not protection. Um, Siberia in winter can get to like 170 degrees below zero in northern Siberia. It's kind of the type of situation you're dealing with here. Um, so, on that note, here's what we're going to do. And Chip, we will get to you in just a moment. Bear with me. We'll call it an hour in. I would like. Well, let's see. You gave your flashlight to Dr. Mallory, didn't you?
Correct.
What was the power left on? Well, just go ahead and roll the power on your flashlight, just so I don't have to play Alien the Accounting.
Right.
Ooh, power drops by 1. At one point, Dr. Mallory, she's
Okay.
scanning the flashlight around. It flickers for a moment, and she kind of bangs her hand up against it to jostle the battery. And
Yeah, that always works.
It always works. Done it in every movie. So, what we're going to ask you guys to do, those of you who are outside, to make a stamina roll.
Okay.
Dr. Mallory, Dr. Mallory.
And how does this tractor? I got a question while I'm looking for my survival. There we go. This tractor, I'm assuming that I don't want to assume, I want to ask, where does he have to make the connections to the battery compartment? Is it outside where he has to open a cover, or is it on the inside where he has to open up a floor?
No, I'd imagine he's got access to it externally.
Okay, so it's not like he could hunker inside the tractor and at least get some protection from the environment. All right, survival. Here we are. Did it roll?
It did. You had no successes. Now, before you push the roll, Malcolm did have an extra success, so he could certainly give that to you to keep you from pushing.
Only if you get me a blankie.
Well, right now I'm watching your butt, so I can't really get you a blankie, but
Fine, you can get my success.
okay, but what I will do is if I shout, do I think Dr. Meta could hear me, or is there wind howling and stuff?
No, the weather's relatively clear, actually.
All right, I'm going to shout to the doc to see if he can go back in the building and find any thermal blankets to help keep Malcolm, keep any of us warm.
Yep, just let it all out.
He sticks his head out the door, and he says, "Thermal blankets." Oh, right, okay.
Go back into the bedrooms and grab them off the beds if you have to. Grab anything you got.
Yeah, he turns and goes. So, Chip, you and Mallory go back to, or not Mallory, you're Chip Mallory. You and Kalinda head back to her room, and she opens the door, and she sees her book is out, and she looks around, and she says, "Has someone been in here?"
Why? What do you mean?
Well,
Looking around frantically.
I thought my book was over there. It's in a different place now. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe it's that guy.
That could be. Seems strange, but I don't remember seeing or hearing him come back. But anyway, I'm so glad you're here. I'm glad you and your mother are here, and it's really good to see you, Chip.
So I'm not going to role play to you, Marty, as much as I'd like to.
It's a little creepy.
I will emote affectionate feelings towards this young lady, and
In the freezing cold.
express how much I was worried about her.
To quote Big Bang Theory, we'll always have the night the heat went out.
Yeah, yeah.
We said we'd never speak of it again. To me, it was a bonding experience.
Right.
So, as you guys are interacting, I think at one point, perhaps an hour in, I doubt anything too heavy has occurred an hour in. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe. There's a knocking at Kalinda's door, and obviously that causes the two of you to jump and try to figure out, and she calls out and she says, "Father?" And he goes, "Yes, Kalinda, it is me. Do we have what did she call them? Do we have thermal blankets?" She says, "Yes, Father. Go into the main living room. There's a cabinet there that's got everything in it." He goes, "Oh, yes. Are you and Chip all right?" She says, "We're fine."
We're just talking.
And he says,
Dad.
Okay. Thank you." And you hear footsteps as he walks off. Um, all right.
Chip kind of sighs for some relief, and he asks her if is your father. He's met out of game. Chip's met the father
Oh
before,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Because I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
you've known.
Does
Yeah.
he notice? Does he notice anything from past experience that he's extra stilted, or is this just the way he is?
That's a really good question. Make an observation roll if you would.
Okie dokie. Observation. Sorry, I'm top. Let's see. Observation would be. There it is. Yep.
Wits. Yep.
Yep. Got it.
2 successes. All right. So, based on the strength of 2 successes, because yeah, you've known him for years. Okay. Your mother and he worked together for a while. You've been to his home back when you guys were on Earth. You've been to his apartment many times. He's definitely off. Uh, Dr. Meta is a senior physicist with Seegson, and he's always led teams on projects. And even in the home when he's not at work, he's someone that always seems to be in control. And this guy's just something's definitely off. You've never known him to ask his daughter where something is, for example. His vocabulary just doesn't seem to be while your mother's pushed you towards the sciences your whole life. You've never really found much aptitude there, but Dr. Meta's vocabulary is wide and varied, and you you're not used to him using such simplistic terms, especially things like okay. So,
So based on that, I turn to her and I go, what's going on with your dad? He doesn't seem himself at all. I know this is weird, but he's acting weird.
she's like, it's been tough. Last couple days. I mean, there was the stress of the project, the breakthrough that he was beside himself. But then when Jaleel attacked us, and we haven't had power, it's been wearing on him. I'm trying to make it as easy for him as I can.
All right. Well, in the back of Chip's mind, he's still worried, but he takes his girlfriend's word on face value, I guess, and moves a little closer to her again.
All right. Um, a few minutes later.
Priorities.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, we were all 18 once. A few minutes later, Dr. Meta shows up. He walks through the door out into the cold with you guys, and he's carrying a stack of blankets, but they're not what you asked for, Mercedes. They're not thermal blankets by any means. These are like synthetic polyester comfort blankets that you curl up with when you're reading a book. at night, that type of thing. It's not what you were looking for whatsoever. And he stands there. He says, "I brought blankets. How is the work going? Do do we have power yet?"
No, it's going to be a while before we get power.
Oh, I should have asked. I'm sorry. I should have asked that extra success. What does that look like? How does Malcolm give that to Mercedes? I'm a pain in the ass. I'm sorry.
Yep.
That's a good question because he's busy working.
Yeah, he'll just tell her to stay in the cab of the tractor and flashlight through the window, or through the viewing screens, and have a look outside, and hopefully that'll keep her a bit warmer.
Okay.
I know where he was going though.
Um, I don't know. I was just thinking of that scene from Untouchables when they're waiting in the cabin in Canada.
Stamping their feet.
Yeah, that's right. Sean Connery goes, "Are you cold? Stomp your feet." All right. Go ahead.
Dr. Mallory, would you take those blankets from Dr. Meta? Dr. Meta, it's going to be a few more hours. Would you? But you need to get back inside and stay out of the cold while we work. Okay.
He says, "Oh, all right."
All right. So we'll take what he gave us. Dr. Mallory, see if this will help Malcolm at all. If nothing else, it's a little extra protection. I'll take one. I don't know if it's going to do much good, but anyway, just have her distribute the lame excuse for a blanket.
All right, and all right. Time continues passing.
And it's dark, right?
It is dark.
It's been dark for a while.
It's been dark for a while, and it's getting cold. At this point, Malcolm has been at work for 2 hours, and I'm going to get those I'm going to get those stamina rolls from you guys again. If I can find hers, there it is. Malcolm had 2 successes. Dr. Mallory had none. And Mercedes?
Hold on. Survival, right?
Stamina.
Stamina.
Yeah. And Malcolm did a push.
Oh, Malcolm did a push. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I see. You failed the first roll. Very good. Oh, all right. Dr. Louise, as she's just keeping an eye out, you can see where she flashes the flashlight. It's getting a little shaky, and you can practically hear her teeth chattering. She says, "Damn, it's cold." She has a failure, or no successes, I should say.
I have a question about that then.
Okay.
Well, first of all, Malcolm had 2 successes, right?
Right. So he can share one of his with her.
Right. But just for the sake of argument, what does it look like if you don't have a success? What happens?
You gain the freezing trait, which means you take a point of damage and you gain a point of stress. You cannot heal or relieve stress as long as you're freezing. Additionally, if you are broken by the damage, then you have to make a death roll, which is a stamina roll once per turn to avoid freezing to death.
Wow. Okay. Good safety tip, Egon.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Malcolm, would you like to give that success to Dr. Louise Mallory, or do you just want to hold on to it to give yourself one later?
No, she can have it. Don't want my guards to fall down dead around me.
Yeah, yeah. That's you're a great guy, sir. Let me see here. I need to make that. There's no make secret button on this. I don't like that. Why is he rolling stress? That's weird. Dr. Mallory, swings her flashlight over to the left, uh, shining it off into the distance, and she said, "There's somebody out there. I saw somebody," and she flashes the flashlight over. She goes, "There's somebody right out there. Probably." She's pointing, I don't know, 50 meters out.
Okay.
Malcolm will get his pistol and kind of put it on his lap so that he's got a fast access to it if needed.
But I'm going to. Well, I'm following where she's pointing. See if I can see anything.
Observation at -2.
Oh, -2. Well, let's
Yep.
do that again. Okay. -2.
Yeah,
Crap.
because of the darkness. Yeah, it's still 2 successes. Yeah, there's about 50 meters away. There's a figure. You're absolutely certain that it is Jaleel Ekwenzi. Realizing that the two of you see him, I mean, she's got the flashlight beam right on him. He turns and he sprints away. Looks like he's heading back up the road that would eventually lead to the main colony complex.
Okay. Doctor, keep your eye out.
She goes, "I will."
Keep watching. And move that flashlight around. Remember, a quasi might not be the only threat.
As Malcolm's working, he's definitely making progress. He's getting there. Things are coming together. So we'll go another hour in, unless anybody's got anything specific they want to mention, talk about, or do.
Well, I have an out-of-game question about this process.
Okay.
He rolled a heavy machinery roll success. Was that just to connect the tractor, or was that to connect the whole line?
That's the whole project.
All right, so somewhere in here, he's going to finish with the tractor, and we're going to have to go to the south part of the building for him to do the other connection, right?
Yeah, which fortunately I think that'll be the last part of it.
Okay.
That's going to be relatively easy.
All right.
I think that'll be the last hour worth.
All right, so back in the game.
Yeah.
I just wanted to understand the mechanics.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
So let's get the three of you make one more stamina roll. Actually, there's one more after this, but it's okay. Oh, whoa! Holy shit!
Holy mackerel!
Well, Louise succeeded on 2 dice, which is amazing. Malcolm's got 4 successes. He only needs 1, so he's got 3 extra successes. So obviously he can throw one at Mercedes.
And he can save. He can save at least one for the next time, right?
Yeah, I'm going to pull that real quick. I want to make sure that we are.
Stunts on. That would be a. I mean, is that a stunt?
Yeah, yeah. So so you can use one of your 2 stunts so that you don't have to roll to overcome it the next time, and then you can use another one to give yourself a +1 on a similar later roll, if that's what you'd like to do.
I am well. What can I do for you?
Malcolm?
Okay.
I hear like background. I'm not sure what's going on.
I think that's music Yes, if I
Oh.
click on the right unmute button, yep, I will
Okay.
definitely keep one to not have to do this again. I'm starting to figure out how to roll with the cold, and if nobody needs the other one, I guess it just goes to loss.
Okay, that'll be well. No, no, no. You can because you've got three stunts. You can give one to Mercedes. Then you can keep one to not have to roll it for the next time, and then you could keep one as a +1 to a future stamina roll.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sounds good.
All right, that's good. I didn't realize you had a cold. I'm sorry.
Happens.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We were just figuring out Bob's stunts.
What
All
did you
right.
figure out?
Yeah, he's giving you one so that you succeed. He's gonna not have to roll on his next time, and then he's got a +1 to a future stamina roll.
Oh, okay.
All right. So as all right. So that at that point, you guys are you reach a point where Malcolm, you're done with everything here. You've got everything connected. The system is ready. At this point, all you got to do is connect the other end of the cable into the main bus of the complex. That'll give power. Powering the whole complex full light, heat, and everything. Obviously, it won't last long, but if you guys can then activate the computer terminal, if Dr. Meta can get into his terminal, you guys can then decide what you want to power to save, uh, to save, to conserve energy is what I'm getting at. So that has you guys moving around the back side of the building. Now, when you come around this side, um, it's very tough to get around. The snow comes almost all the way up to the edge of the building. This snowdrift is probably 20 foot tall. Now, the ambient warmth of the building has kept the snow away from it to some extent, but you're still trudging through several feet of snow that's got a hardened ice crust over it, which makes this very difficult movement. So, why don't you all make a mobility roll and see how you handle that? Because I'm just a mean, mean guy. Hold on one second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I got a little Dr. Mallory. Who has a whopping 3 dice.
I guess Malcolm will push.
Okay.
See how things start getting interesting.
Yep. Make a
Yep.
panic roll if you would, please.
Can we panic roll with a sheet yet?
That's a good question. I there's parts about this sheet I like. There's other things I do not like. It doesn't seem to be as intuitive. I don't see a panic button. Oh, there we go.
I clicked on the word stress level in the sheet
Oh, look at that.
just to see if it would work.
And it did. Oh, you are trembling. So you have -2 modification to any agility-based rolls till you get over the panic. More importantly, you and Dr. Mallory both slipped on the ice and maybe turned your ankle, that type of thing. You each take a point of damage and gain a point of stress.
Righty ho.
And I'm coming back to you in a moment here, Chip, but in the meantime, if you could, if you three could please make your last stamina roll. Well, I guess you don't have to make one, Bob, if you don't want to.
Yep.
Yeah, you've got your stored success, so.
That's correct.
Mercedes, you failed. Do you want to push?
Does the push button work?
Yes.
Hold it.
Success.
Yeah, but okay, fine. I didn't increase my stress.
You'll see it's
Oh,
not
it
increased.
It automatically. Okay, cool.
All right, good. So you succeeded. Dr. Mallory, however, did not. So Dr. Mallory, she starts shaking uncontrollably, and it's just, and she's, neither one of you are doctors, but you've heard of a thing called hypothermia, and she sits down and she just can't seem to move. She's freezing so badly. She'll have to make a death roll in one turn. Meanwhile, you get the power up and running. Now, before we do anything there, Chip, you're in Kalinda's room, doing
Most certainly.
whatever it is two teenagers do,
Mm-hmm.
and
Paradise by the dashboard light.
the power starts to flicker, and it's kind of the thing, when the power's trying to come back on, it comes on, then it goes off a second. It doesn't come up really high, but of course the whole place has been dark, so your lights are pretty well adapted to you're pretty well adapted to the darkness. And would you please make an observation roll with a -2 penalty?
Because now there's too much light.
No, because it's the light's going in and out. So.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I was trying to understand.
I thought it's because he's been distracted by somebody.
Well, that
Yes.
could be too.
Got hair in my eyes.
So, you doing whatever it is the two of you are doing, or have done, or what have you. You obviously the light going in and out grabs both of your attention. As the power is starting to, obviously, Malcolm is having success getting the power connected. She reaches over and picks up her hardcover copy of Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep and swings it right at your head.
What?
Now, because you succeeded in your observation roll, you're going to get the opportunity to block.
Oh, what the hell is going on?
Now,
Okay, how do I do that?
Well, I got to figure out how to make this stupid roll first.
Okay.
There we go.
I guess you two are breaking up then.
Oh, not if I could help it.
All right. Well, she swings this book at your head, and she whiffs. You feel the movement of air go right by your face. Maybe you having seen it coming, you kind of backed your head away just at the last moment, and she misses you. So would you please make? Oh well, wait a minute. We don't know if the initiative system on this works, do we? Is there an initiative die on the new character sheet?
Let me look. Where was it before?
Well, before I don't see anything that looks like, because it's just a D10 card. Just roll a D10 if you would, using the roller.
Okay. What was it?
Let's just keep it easy.
D10.
She has a 6, and you have a 3, and lowest goes first. So what would you like to do,
Okay.
Chip?
What is the is there a disengage, or I forget the
Yeah,
combat maneuvers.
you get a fast and a slow action. Movement is a fast
Right.
action, so you're at engaged range. So if you want to move out of the zone,
Move
out of
engaged
engaged range, you have to make a successful mobility roll to get away.
Got it. Okay, that's what I'm doing here.
All right.
Mobility. And that's agility right there. No modifiers, correct?
Correct.
Whoa!
Wow, 3 3 successes, but a
Wow.
panic. Roll your panic, which shouldn't be a problem. But
Let's see. Is there a fast button out here? I have to go back to the character sheet, right?
Yeah.
Panic. Where's panic?
Go up to where it says
Yeah.
the words say
Stress.
stress level. Click on the word stress level.
Okay, but I have to add the stress of the extra panic on there first, right?
yes. Oh no.
Okay,
You
so
don't
now
gain
I-
any extra panic. So
You don't gain. Yeah. You
Oh, I
don't,
don't. I just hit the one. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
a nervous twitch. The stress level and all PCs in short range go up by 1, which you're the only PC in short range, so your stress level goes up by 1.
Okay.
Probably by the fact that your girlfriend just tried to brain you with a book. But with
Yeah.
your fast action,
Oh,
you make
it-
it into the hallway.
Okay, and it actually increased my stress level automatically. That's cool.
Oh, that's neat. All right, cool.
Yeah, it went from 1 to 2. So okay, excellent.
All right.
All right, so I'm out in the hallway. So I scream, "What the hell?"
Okay.
To her.
That's free. You still have an action.
I mean, I pass to see what happens
Okay.
because this is my girlfriend.
Yeah. All right. So she. Let's put
Let
you-
me ask a point of. Let me ask a game point. If you, let's say, if he's delaying his action, say he's doing an Overwatch, but he literally is barehanded, how would that activate? If she tried to attack him again, would the Overwatch activate, and then is it a grapple or what? How do you do that?
I would say.
I know
in
how
that
it works
instance-
with a weapon. If you're in Overwatch with a gun, then you get to shoot your gun, but I don't know how it works with bare hands.
It's no different. If you're doing an Overwatch, you have to state exactly what you're overwatching for and what the effect is going to be. So it would be, for example, if she comes up to me, I'm going to try to punch her in the face, or you could even do something like, well, if she tries to attack me again, I'm going to try to block it, that type of thing. Or you could say, my Overwatch is going to be, if she comes my way, I'm going to run away. You can,
Okay.
yeah, you just state what you're overwatching for and then what happens.
All right, cool. It's not even my character,
Okay.
but I do.
No, I mean I forgot about that. It's been a while since we had to.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
when you said you were gonna wait and see,
Right.
that
I guess that would be an
basically
Overwatch, right?
that screamed to me Overwatch.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, with Marty's reminder here. Yeah. Here's the Overwatch in the book. I guess does that take that doesn't take a turn or anything, or like a short or a long, does it?
No. It basically
Or
just
quicker.
reserves your action for a certain set of circumstances.
Yeah. So it's going to be the next. Well, I already burned both of them, didn't I?
Well, no, you moved
Or
your
was
fast.
it- no, I
used your
just moved
fast
out.
to move out. So
You haven't used your
Fast to move out, and then I'll do the Overwatch, being prepared to grapple if I have to.
okay, all right. So she comes towards you. So if you want to, your Overwatch is to grapple her if she comes at you. Is that what it amounts to?
Yes.
All right. So
Yep.
go ahead and make a close combat roll.
Roger.
Oh, no successes in a panic. Roll your panic, please.
Right.
All right, keeping it together. So as you go to, the way I see it is she's coming towards you menacingly, and as she gets close, I see Chip doing this. Kalinda, what's going on? Why are you doing this? And you try to, I don't know, get a hold of her to shake some sense into her or something, and she slips right through your grasp, and she clocks you right in the chin.
Oh.
You take 2 damage.
2.
Yeah, well, she had 2 successes.
Wow.
Oh man. Okay.
She punches
Damage.
hard.
I know. I'm kidding. Love hurts.
Yeah.
It's a battlefield. Love is a
Nice.
battlefield.
Oh God. Now
Where's
I've
my
got two
damage?
two 80s songs going in my head. Thanks.
It was just Father's Day. You know, the dad jokes are still coming.
Oh yeah,
Um,
I hit my wife with
let's
a
see
great
here.
one the other day, and it
Yeah.
was. She said, and in fact, I'll have this one on my social media here soon. But she had gotten home from work. You know, my wife works for Barnes and Noble, the bookstore, and I just said to her, I said, "Do people still buy calendars?" And she goes, "Yeah." I said, "That's funny to me because I think their days are numbered."
Okay. I gotta keep that one in my back pocket to make the girls cringe.
So, how many health points does Chip have?
And that's based on your
Strength.
strength, right? Two.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm knocked out because it's two.
So you're broken. So would
Yeah.
you please make a D66 roll? Oh shit.
D66.
Holy mackerel.
D. I have to custom do that, right?
There's a D66 button at the top of the character sheet.
Yeah, if you go all
Oh, at the top of the character sheet. Okay, hold on a second here. Yeah, I was looking at. I thought I had the top of the character sheet. D6. There it is.
Oh my god.
Ah, what is that? Do you really bad or really good?
It's really bad.
Oh,
Oh shit.
goodbye, Chip.
Wow. Wow. You know, she just put her hand right through your head.
Wow. Okay. Well, at least I didn't feel it.
That went quick.
Good for me. Well, now you guys have to deal with this little minx.
All right.
Hold it. I have a question.
Okay.
What's the rule on story points? If he wanted to avoid this entire encounter, would he have had to take the story point already?
So the answer to that question is that a story point can be used at any time before a roll to generate a success. But the rules also state that it can be used after a failed roll to generate a success. Most GMs have expanded the story point rule because the whole idea to the story point is to accomplish those amazing things that you see the characters accomplish in the movies, right? So most of us GMs have expanded story points to say they can be used for extra successes. We let them be used on armor rolls if your character has armor. And in general, a story point can be used to affect any roll as long as another follow-up roll hasn't occurred, if that makes sense. So, in the spirit of that, if Jim wanted to use a story point to try to re-roll his critical, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
Well, you got
I'll take it.
You got nothing to lose.
That's right.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, because I got 3 story points, so I'll do that, and I'll re-roll the 66. Hopefully, I don't get a 66 now. But,
Though a story point can't be used on top of a story point, so.
okay. A little
Okay.
better.
A crushed
Not
foot.
much, probably.
All right.
Like
So
when she hits me in the jaw, I get a crushed foot.
yeah, not quite sure how that works, but maybe she stomped on your foot to distract you right before she punched you in the face.
Yeah.
But you are incapable of running. Once you receive medical aid, it's going to take 11 days for that to heal.
Oof, it means I'm not walking anywhere soon.
No,
So he
you're
has a
not.
bad foot.
He has a bad foot. So Chip, you're down. You're going in and out of consciousness. You've never been. Chip is kind of a D&D nerd. I don't think he's ever really been hit in his life. Certainly not this hard.
Oh, come
And
on, D&D nerds get hit all the time.
yeah, oh, maybe.
I know what you're saying.
But as you're going in and out of consciousness, she picks you up by the ankles and drags you back into her room.
Oh,
And she grabs a a shirt or something like that and puts it in your mouth as a gag and ties it really really tightly and binds your wrists and your ankles together, and then she quietly exits the room.
Chip thinks that would have been fine an hour ago, but right now he's not happy at all.
Um, the power comes back on inside the complex. The light is at a very very low level. Um, so cut to the outside. Cut to the outside. The You guys, you've been successful, Malcolm. Everything is up and running. You guys obviously have no idea about what went on inside, and Dr. Mallory is broken and going into hypothermia.
Okay, so
I'll offer her one of my blankets, but she's not getting my long johns.
um, so this is a game point that I'm not familiar with. So what she's broken and going into hypothermia. What kind of assistance can we give?
The major thing is that you've got to get her out of the freezing state
Well,
within the next 10 minutes.
okay, well, 10 minutes is no problem. That's what I thought. So 10 minutes is no big deal because we're just around the corner.
Right.
So we just need to, since he's done, we just need to grab her and get her into the mudroom.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So I'm going to say, Malcolm,
What?
let's get her into the mudroom. So I'm going to do something
yeah.
I normally wouldn't do. I'm going to holster my weapon. Holster's not quite the right word because I'm not sure I had a holster, but I'm going to store my weapon somewhere on my person. I've only got one good arm, so I'll help as much as I can. Although she dropped my flashlight, so I need to get my flashlight too.
Yeah.
So I'll pick up my flashlight, again, secrete it somewhere into my garb, a pocket or something, and then I'm going to try and grab onto her, and I look at Malcolm.
And there are some external lights on the building. They're at a very very low level.
Okay. Malcolm, are you helping me?
Yeah, coming, and yeah, gun in the one hand, pushing her with the other hand.
All right.
Okay.
So you guys
Looking
drag
around.
her in. I'm not going to cause any rolls for that. Mercedes, would you make a power roll on that flashlight? It's been a while since that had happened.
Certainly.
And then yeah, Jim suggested.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Just as you guys get through the door, the flashlight's battery goes dead. So that flashlight is done for. But you guys are inside. All is well.
To get two panics like that, that's Snake Eyes, right?
Yeah. 1 in 36. Well done. Why don't we take a quick break?
Okay. Yeah, I need some lunch.
Yeah. And so anyway, all right. Enough of that. I did say I don't expect much from a Star Wars movie, just to be entertained. So, which in general I am, but anyway. So back to the Cold Dark. You're like I said, the flashlight goes out just as you guys make it back into the building. light levels are very, very low inside. Uh, and you get the sense that, pardon me, you get the sense that the heaters have turned on, but it's still very, very cold. Dr. Meta is standing there as you guys bring Dr. Mallory in, and he says, is she all right?
No, she's in rough shape. The cold got her, and we've got to give her some aid. But just as importantly, as you can tell, we got the power hooked up, but you need to log on to your computer and prioritize the loads, because there just isn't. We're going to suck the juice right out of those batteries. And for God's sake, there's not even a prayer that you can start up your experiment on battery power. It's impossible.
Kalinda appears from inside the next room, and she sees what's going on, and she says, "Well, bring Dr. Mallory in here. Set her on the couch. We'll help get her warmed up." Yes, Father. Perhaps we should go to your computer and take a look at. And he says, "Oh, yes, that absolutely." And he points at the door. He says, "We have to do something about the door too. We if we want to keep the cold out."
Well, is the door? I'm going to look at the door. Is the door mechanical or electrical?
It's electrical, but it's
Electromechanical, actually. Yeah.
yeah, correct. That's exactly correct.
But it's not closing.
But it's not closing.
Is there a big red button?
There are controls, yeah.
Well, Doctor, what's the procedure for closing the door? I mean, if I look at the controls, do I see a button that says
yeah,
close?
It's pretty standard.
All right.
Door
So I hit the close button, and
it hums for a minute, and you hear something trying to work, and then it just stops.
Yeah.
Door didn't budge.
Well, between room 1 and 2, is this a door? Is this just a doorway, or is there a
doorway.
door? Just
Yeah.
an opening. Okay. Crap.
Malcolm will kind of whisper or voice to Mercedes to keep her eye on what the doctor is doing at his computer,
Gotcha.
and then he will look at the door and see if he can figure out a way to
Okay.
get it closed.
Dr. Meta, you wouldn't happen to have a maintenance jack around here, would you?
He says a maintenance.
Of course, he doesn't know what that is.
Is that a tool? There might be one downstairs.
Yeah, well. At any rate,
He real quick. You guys. I guess you guys set Dr. Mallory, and you guys set her down on the couch, and she's half conscious, but she will warm up in time. Malcolm, you want to make a heavy machinery on the door?
Yep.
All right, go ahead. Roll away, sir. Holy shit. Yeah, it's it looks like it's been physically forced open, and that has caused one of the motors to overload and break. You can fix it. Shouldn't no big deal, really. Honestly, it would take you about 10 minutes. You do have 2 extra successes to pick your stunts with, but yeah, you can fix it without much difficulty.
so you can do it in half the time.
Yeah, that sounds good. Half the
Okay.
time.
And then you got 1 more success. 1 more stunt, I should say.
if I find another broken door, do I need to overcome this again?
That'll work. Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, very
One
good.
door works as much as the other.
Yep. So you're working on that. Half the time, it's going to take you about 5 minutes or so, and that's fine. Um,
I'm Mercedes is keeping her eye on the dock
yeah.
and watching him manipulate the computer.
The computer's in here, so.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought, okay, I misunderstood
yeah,
because Kalinda said to the doc, "Let's go."
yeah. We just hadn't
Oh.
gotten there yet.
Oh, all right,
as-
I'm confused.
That's
All
okay.
right.
As
It's
Dr.
room-
Mallory starts to warm up, uh, uh, she's slowly coming out of it a little bit. She asks, "Where's Chip?" And Kalinda says, "He's asleep. He's taking a nap." And she just kind of nods and goes back off into her own little world. Kalinda takes and Kalinda and Dr. Meta actually go to his office. You're going with them.
Yeah,
All
fine.
right. So that's number 7. You guys come in, and Dr. Meta, he comes around to his terminal, and he kind of looks at it for a moment, and Kalinda says, "Father, you have to turn it on." She reaches over and she presses a button, and it starts to power up. Place is warming up a little bit. It's definitely above freezing at this point. After a moment, the terminal powers up, and you've got just old school text. Seegson Systems with a logo, and then the terminal comes up. It has a number of options, and he says, "So we want to look at how the power is distributed. Is that what we're looking to do?"
Yes, we want to power just the bare minimum of essentials for survival because we need to make these batteries last.
So he starts to and he goes into and he presses something on the keyboard, and then a screen pops up asking for his personal access code. He says, personal access code. And Kalinda's looking at him. "Father, it's your code to get into a computer." He goes, "Yes, I don't, I can't seem to remember what it is." Miss Miss Lamara, do you have an access code for the computer?
It's not my computer.
But you're okay. I don't. His fingers are kind of dancing on the keyboard a little bit. He goes, "I can't remember my access code."
How is it possible you can't remember your access code?
He says, "I'm very tired. I'm very tired."
So between you and the engineer, you're the only ones who have access to the computer, right?
The yes, I think that's right.
This is extremely peculiar. Um,
Don't mind the game master stroking his chin.
um, Doctor, I think that I have to say I'm pretty worried about. You say you're tired. Are you sure you're okay? Have you had any? Have you struck your head or had any concussion? Did a quasi injure you? What about you, Kalinda? Or I should say, Ms. Meta. She's a Meta too, right?
Right.
Ms. Meta. Did he injure you in any way?
She shrugs, goes, "No, I'm fine. I mean, he came at us with that axe that he hit the machine with, but we're all right."
Well, your father isn't acting all right.
She says he's very tired. He's been under a lot of stress. She says, Ms. Lamara, you're a senior Seegson employee. You don't have access to this Seegson terminal?
Why would I have access to your father's computer? This is his facility. This is his computer. This is his system. This was all set up so that he could do his experimentation. I think maybe we should. I think maybe we should go back to the rec room and discuss our next moves.
Dr. Meta kind of tilts his head a little bit and says, "Well, I don't think there's much we can do right now." I'd like to get Dr. Mallory and what is his name, Malcolm, down into the laboratory. I know you say we can't continue the experiments right now, but at the least we can work on the machine and get it repaired.
I think that right now I want to check and see how Dr. Mallory's doing. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to step out back to the rec room for a moment.
Don't sure, I understand. Don't you agree?
Keep working on that. If you just relax. Maybe it's the stress. If you just relax, stay calm, and think of your ID code, I'm sure it'll come to you. So I'm going to go check on the doctor, and then I'll come back and see how you're doing. How about that?
Make a manipulation roll.
Oh my. That's my good thing.
The one thing I'm good at.
All right, so I got to look at my skill here. Hold on a second. I got to look at my sheet. I get to use wits instead of empathy. Okay.
Yeah, so you'll have to probably put a modifier in.
Right, so I need to do a +3 to my manipulation.
Yikes. One success. Wow. That's a lot of dice for one success. He nods and says, "All right. We're going to need Dr. Mallory anyway, so that would be fine."
And let me look. My character sheet's blowing up in my face here. Let me look at this map again. Could you tell me where we might find a medical kit or something that we could help the doctor with?
Kalinda speaks up and says, "There should be some in one of the supply cabinets in the rec room."
Oh, okay. Kalinda, could you come help me look? I don't know where to look in the rec room.
She says, "Sure, I'd be happy to."
All right. After you.
So she goes out the door and kind of looks over her shoulder to make sure you're following.
I am.
All right. And so yeah, she comes straight into the rec room and uh, opens up one of the cabinets, and there's two medical kits inside one of them.
Okay. Um, all right. So, unfortunately, I got to pull my sheet back up again. That's the one problem with doing this on a laptop with only one screen. Is when I pull up my character sheet, it blocks out my map and stuff. Um, all right. So I don't have medical aid. I don't know if I don't know. Malcolm, do you have any experience with medical aid?
I know how to put a plaster on a baby cut, but that's about it.
All right, so let me ask a game question. Um, the doctor was broken, right?
Right.
And until we do something, she can only really talk.
Right.
Okay. So if I try and give her medical aid to unbreak her, the medical kit, does it give me like a
It's a consumable
modifier?
item that gives you a +2.
Okay. Well, then I guess my only choice is to try and use the medical kit to revive the doc.
All right.
So I get +2.
Correct.
Unfortunately, it's just not very many dice.
Good enough.
Wait a minute.
You
Is
rolled
that
2
right?
successes.
I clicked medical aid.
Right.
No, that said manipulation. No, I clicked it. It
It
clicked
rolled
the
medical
wrong.
aid.
What?
It rolled medical aid. It rolled 4 dice plus a stress die.
Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. So, I don't know what would the success give me on medical aid.
Well, in the instance of restoring someone who's broken, it every success gives back a point of health.
Okay.
So that
She gets 2 points.
yeah, which is
Enough for her to.
yeah, it's what she has.
Okay.
So after a few minutes of working with her and Malcolm, you finish with the door. She's back warmed up. The building is definitely getting warmer. You're probably in the low 40s, Fahrenheit at this point. Certainly not balmy, but compared to the outside and compared to what it was, it's substantially more comfortable. The lights throughout the entire building seem to be set at a very, very low level. They're extremely dim, but you can see.
Okay.
So
All
Malcolm,
right.
you finish with the door too. You're done. You got the door up and running. It closes up just fine, and it has an internal lock if you wanted to lock it electronically.
Yep, I'll definitely lock it and then just go see what the rest are doing.
All right.
Okay. So, Dr. Mallory, how are you feeling now?
Says I'm much warmer. I'm much better. Thank you.
Oh, that was a close call. So let me give you a recap. Thanks to your help, Malcolm got the power hooked up. As you can tell, we have some lights. Malcolm got the door closed, so that will help us with the energy loss. Dr. Meta is in his is at his computer terminal. Yeah, with the intention to scale back on any unneeded power usage. it's nice that the building's warming up, but we can't run all the heaters in the building off the batteries. It'll drain the batteries. And so he's trying to do that, but he's having some trouble remembering his personal access code to the computer. Whether it's stress, he says he's tired, but I'm really worried that somehow he was hurt or something. There's just something not quite right, and I think we've all noticed there's something just off. I'm really worried about his mental state right now, but he can't seem to remember his computer terminal access. We've got food here, we've got water here, we've got power, at least for now. And I think that I'm looking at my notes. Remind me how many hours we have of darkness?
12.
12.
And you're about 3 hours in.
Right. So we've still got 9 out. We still got 9 hours till daylight. With the idea that I think at daylight we try and make our way back. And so is Kalinda? Where'd Kalinda go? Malcolm, did you see Kalinda leave?
No, I just came in here. So, what do you want me to do about the heaters and stuff?
All right. Well, I'm gonna ask. Obviously, as a player, I noticed Kalinda is no longer her icon's no longer in the room. But should I do an observation roll, or is it obvious she's gone?
I would say it's obvious that she's gone. She kind of slipped out of the room while you guys were talking.
Okay. So I'm gonna get real, guys. All this recap and everything was for Kalinda. There's really something seriously wonky here with the doctor. He can't remember the ID code, and he wanted me to get access to the computer, and it just seems fishy to me that he can't get access to his own computer. Something's not right here. I don't trust either one of them. What's our next move?
We can always lock them in a room or something.
Doctor, you were in and out while we were taking care of you. We were in and out. You were in and out. Do you remember asking Kalinda where your son was?
She says, "Yeah, I was. It's kind of hazy, but she said he was asleep, taking a nap or something."
Yeah, doesn't that seem peculiar to you?
It's been, yeah, well, maybe. I'd like to at least look in on him. She stands up. She goes, "Yeah, let's. I want to find him."
All right. What do we do? All right. So you need to find where he is. So why don't you start looking around to see where he is? He's in one of these. If he's taking a nap, I assume he's not in the rec room, so I'm assuming he's in one of these bedrooms. So you go and start looking for your son. Malcolm, you and I are going to go back and we're going to have a discussion with these two. I do not trust them, and I think you're on board with me on that, are you not?
Yes, ma'am. something is off. Maybe they're trying to get their data to sell to another company or something, but they're not acting like people should under these circumstances.
Well, and I don't know this Kalinda girl, and I really don't know the doctor. I just know that that the stuff I've seen is strange. I don't know the Kalinda girl. She doesn't seem to be an issue, but she seems to be talking to her father in a strange way, almost like somebody would talk to you know, a I don't know, anyway. She seems to be talking to him in a strange way. So let's go keep an eye on them and see if they're having any success accessing the computer.
Make all three of you can make an observation roll at, well, all three of you. You guys make an observation roll at a -2. Mercedes and Malcolm.
Okay.
And I'm going to have Dr. Mallory do it as well. As soon as I can figure it out. There it is.
Oh my.
Huh. Okay, Mercedes, roll panic. Do you want to push, Malcolm, or do you want to leave it alone?
I think Malcolm will leave it alone.
All right, good enough. Right as you guys finish saying those words, the power goes out. But the power doesn't go out entirely because you can still hear the thrum of the heaters. There's just no light whatsoever. And then as your eyes adapt for a moment, you realize there is light because there's a soft blue glow coming from this direction, which is a bio screen for the Storm Marine video game that's in the corner. So it's creating just enough light. As you look around, you all get quite a jump, and you realize Mercedes is standing right in the doorway leading to the
Mercedes?
hallway. Not Mercedes,
Kalinda.
I'm sorry. Kalinda is standing right in the doorway to the hallway. She says, I'm sorry to startle you. My father managed to get into his computer. We have rerouted power. It's going to get cold up here. We've rerouted power to the lower level where we can conserve light and warmth down there. We're still keeping the light very low. We're only keeping the light down in the lab at about 10% to not drain power. But we've turned everything off up here.
But why the lab? The lab seems really uncomfortable. We just want to buy some time till daylight. Why couldn't we keep the heaters here for the rec room running and a little bit of light in the rec room and just stay in the rec room till morning?
The complex was probably not. They didn't really design the complex, I think, with the idea of a power interruption. It only really gives us two options: living areas or the lab.
And with all of this, how do we sense motive again?
You mean like a bullshit check?
Yep.
Make an observation roll. And then I need to. Interesting. Wow. Poor Mercedes. Malcolm had 2 successes. Oh, and I guess I should roll for Louise Mallory, huh? Where's Louise? There she is. Sorry, it took me a moment. I should just keep her character sheet up, huh? You're not sure what it is, Malcolm. Maybe it's just, while you're a pilot, you obviously you've taken some basic heavy machinery courses. You know a little bit about how all this stuff works. And something about it just, it doesn't feel like she's lying, but something about it just doesn't ring exactly correct.
I will just give the other two grown-ups in the room that look of, yeah, something is wrong here.
Dr. Mallory, she's kind of returning that look to you.
Okay,
Well-
Doctor. Before we do anything, you go find your son and bring him into the rec room so that we can all get together and if we have to move down to the lab, we'll move all together. Why don't you go find your son? Kalinda, you said he was taking a nap. Where?
Mallory says okay, and she starts to go forward. Kalinda steps right in front of her and goes, well, you don't want to bring him in the rec room. We need to take him downstairs because that's where it's going to be warm. I'll go wake him up.
Kalinda, where is he?
He's taking a nap in my room. I'll go get him.
How about we go with you?
Her father shows up and is now standing right next to her in the doorway. And she says, why don't the three of you go down into the lab? Malcolm, Dr. Mallory, why don't you see what you can do on the machine? I'll go get Chip.
I really think that I'd prefer that we all collect here and discuss our next moves. Doctor, I'm so happy that you were able to remember your ID. See what I told you? If you could calm down, take your time, and breathe, it would come to you. So, well done. So, Kalinda, why don't you and Dr. Mallory go bring her son back here to the rec room, and then we'll discuss our next moves. Because I'm not entirely sure that the lab is the best way to handle this situation. We haven't had a chance to discuss it.
Kalinda shrugs and says, well, you can discuss it, but it's going to get cold up here, and we know you don't like the cold, but come on, Dr. Mallory, follow me. Let's go get Chip. And she turns and starts to walk. Dr. Mallory looks back at you with a, okay, this is all very unnerving, but she follows along because in the end she wants to find her son. Dr. Meta is still standing there. What's up,
Malcolm will go stand in the doorway there so he can sort of see everybody.
Okay. All right.
Doctor, how did you decide to power the lab versus this level? Is there a significant difference in power consumption between the two levels?
He kind of looks at you. He says, I'm not certain, but I believe I think the lower level might be more what's the word? I think it might be more efficient.
Well, that could be. It just seems that with the number of people we have and the fact that our food and water is here in the rec room and we have couches, and it just seems like it would be a more comfortable wait. All we're trying to do is wait till daylight so we can go back to the colony. We can walk back to the colony and then completely regroup the situation and figure out our next moves, because we've still got a quasi running loose as a threat.
Well, Ms. Lamara, I still think that the only thing that matters is the research.
I get that, but without a connection to the reactor back at the colony, you don't have enough power to do your research. So until we can get that repaired, so
Well, my terminal states that uh, if we use all available power, we can get the machine up and running one more time. And I really think that should be the priority, don't you?
no. I'm
Really?
telling you right now, Doctor, that's not the priority.
Um, so Malcolm, as you're watching down the hallway, Kalinda leads Dr. Mallory to her door, and she she turns the knob on the door and opens it, and Dr. Mallory gets she just kind of freezes for a moment, and a look of shock crosses her face. Chip, you're bound up on the floor, and you see Kalinda standing there with your mom. Um, you're standing there with I'm sorry, Kalinda's standing there with your mom, and she, your mom comes rushing in, going, "Chip, what's happened?" And as she does that, Kalinda goes to take a swing at her. So we're going to do that real quick, and then we're going to roll initiative. She hits your mom and does 1 point of damage to Dr. Mallory, which drops her health to 1 and gives her a point of stress. And then, okay, so initiative it is.
All right.
Dr. Meta and his daughter will be going on a 1.
Oh, of course.
You see the dice rolls.
Yeah.
Does this new system have an initiative?
I bet it
tracker?
has to.
It's got to, right?
I mean, it's roll 20. It's like one of the first things they ever did, I think.
Yeah, I just have to find it, I think. Do I do it? No, I don't do it there. Do I do it on add turn? What did that do? Turn order. Did that do anything? That didn't do anything.
Oh, I
Brought
see a
up the-
turn order box.
Yep, brought up the box for us.
All right. Well, we're getting closer. We are getting closer. There's got to be an
Where did-
initiative button on here somewhere.
Yeah, where was it before? I can't recall.
Well, on the old character sheet, you clicked your icon. You clicked your icon, then you opened up the character sheet and you hit an initiative button and put the number in.
Right, there was an initiative button before.
Where was it, on top, bottom? I don't remember.
It just was its own separate button.
Okay.
But I don't see it here, but there's got to be a way to do this, right? All right, so what if I do this? Let's click that. Token bar options, auras. I just double-clicked the icon, seeing if there's an
Yeah,
initiative thing.
I tried that too and
I
didn't
don't
get
see
it.
it. All right, screw it. Pencil and paper it is. We're just going to do this the old-fashioned way. All right. NPCs are on a 1. Malcolm, you rolled an 8.
Yep.
All right. Mercedes is on a 10. And Chip, if I can get a D10 roll from you, please.
So I can mumble in turn order. Let's see here.
I'm going to
D10,
try and
that's
give.
on the-
I'm going to give Dr.
Oh,
Mallory her own
there it is.
initiative.
5.
A 5. Well, the good news, Chip, is of the PCs, you go first. Um,
Okay.
but
There.
yeah, that's right.
It struggled. So yeah, I got to struggle, I guess, right? Here we
Yeah,
go.
it's fine. Kalinda is
Close
going
combat.
to try to clock your mom again.
Okay.
I need the
Do I
advanced
get to do the close combat for my
on your turn. You do.
clients?
Yep.
Oh yeah, my turn is 5, right?
All right. So she hits your mom. Your mom does get the option. Dr. Mallory does get the opportunity to block because she has not acted yet with her extremely impressive 0 close combat. Um, she manages to pull that off. So she's actually able to block the attack. Um, I believe. Well, that's pretty much it. So, all right, and then Dr. Meta. I think Dr. Meta is going to um, try to hit you, Malcolm. And he swings a balled up fist at you and misses. All right, Chip, your turn.
Okay. Here I go with trying to get rid of the ropes.
A
One
success.
success.
All right, so your constant struggling had finally kind of caused the makeshift bonds to loosen and tear a little bit, and you finally managed to get yourself free. You're still gagged, which is going to make speaking hard. But yeah, I would imagine that uses your fast and your slow action to get free.
Sure.
But yeah, you managed to break out. Next is Malcolm. Kalinda is standing in the doorway to her bedroom just down the hall from you, and Dr. Meta is right next to you.
I will pistol whip Meta.
All right, make a close combat roll, please. All right, roll your panic. All right, holding it together. So, by default, I'm basically going to treat it as a makeshift club. So you do 2 points of damage, and you do have a stunt. So you can.
More damage.
All right, so you do 3 points of damage. Now, Dr. Meta is not an impressive individual.
Right.
He is, he's about 5'6", relatively small of frame, maybe 150 pounds, and let's be blunt, he's a scientist, and nothing about him is physically imposing whatsoever. And when you whack him with this pistol, you hit him pretty hard. You were in the Marines very briefly, and you whip him, and his head kind of flinches off to the side, and then he just kind of looks at you, and that's probably a pretty chilling thing. All right, Dr. Mallory's turn.
All right, so cinematically, I just saw this fairly weak, it's relatively thin, small guy
Sure.
take a giant whack on the head
From a
with
pretty
a pistol
physically fit guy.
from a pretty physically fit guy, and all he did was look at him funny.
Yeah. Are you asking for a point of stress?
No, no, I'm thinking this through.
I got you.
The math was simple. The math was simple to me. I was thinking he probably had a strength of 2, and he just took 3, and he's still standing.
Yeah.
That's the outside the game mathematics.
Correct.
But I was trying to think of it in cinematic terms. So,
Oh wow.
I really was trying to avoid this, but I'm going to draw my weapon and I'm going to fire.
Okay. Well, right before you do that, Mallory, Dr. Mallory, who actually acts right before you, she
Oh, I didn't know.
No,
You're
it's
right.
okay.
I'm a 10.
she makes a close combat attack, not to damage but to push Kalinda. and she pushes Kalinda away down the hall and says Chip, come on, and she steps outside the room. And now that brings us to you, Mercedes.
All right, I didn't want to do this. I've got some theories rolling around in my head of what's going on now, but I feel threatened, so I'm going to draw my weapon and fire at Dr. Meta.
Go ahead.
All right, so I haven't used this sheet for a while. So
Actually, hold on. Before you do that, I'm sorry. I misplayed something. Real quick.
okay.
Would you please, Malcolm, would you please make a D66 roll for me?
Oh.
A 23.
Fat lip.
No, so in addition to you clocking him, he probably brought his hand up to sort of block that attack. And and not only did you bat his block away easily, you actually heard the snapping of bones in his hand right before you pistol whipped him. And,
Right.
And he doesn't seem to really pay any attention to that whatsoever. So, okay, Mercedes, I'm sorry.
All right, what I'm about to do is a reaction mostly out of fear and trepidation. I've got a theory, but all right, so on this sheet, on the weapons, I've got my service pistol.
Right.
You got to help me with this sheet again because I haven't used it in forever. I have a box with a 2 and a box with a 1.
Right, the 2 is the bonus, the 1 is the damage.
And the 1 is the damage. And
I think you can just
well, I'm at
click
close
the-
range, so I should be able to just click on it.
yeah, the little dice icon next to the
Are
weapon.
there any modifiers? No. Yes? No?
Say no. What's your ranged combat total? Is it 5?
Ranged combat total is 5.
So if that die works right, it should roll 7 dice plus your stress. It did. Okay. All right. So you shot him. Would you please roll a d66? A 34. So you quickly take aim and fire, and you put a round right through his kneecap. And if you had put that shot in anybody else, they'd have fallen down immediately. He kind of looks down at his leg and then looks back at you. And because talking is free, he says, "Please stop. I need you to help me get the machine working. I don't want to kill you." And that goes back to the front of the round, which gives us the NPCs. I think Kalinda moves right up to Dr. Mallory and takes a swing at her. And has 2 successes.
Ooh.
Dr. Mallory, with her fast action, is going to try to block. Which she better roll well.
Oh my.
No. Would someone roll a d66, please?
Ugh.
Oh my god.
Ugh.
Chip, Malcolm, you guys watch as Kalinda pounds a fist into your mother's abdomen and breaks right through the skin. and your mother's intestines just start to pour onto the ground in front of her, and she
Oh,
dies.
Jesus. Oh my God.
You both gain a point of stress and have to make an immediate panic roll.
Okay.
Malcolm, nervous twitch. Oh, you both have nervous twitch, but you can't actually see each other. So you both just gain the point of stress, and Mercedes, you'll gain a point of stress as well.
Okay.
And then, excuse me, cancel. We're just going to delete Dr. Mallory. Kalinda says, "Stop fighting. We need you. We don't want to kill you." Chip, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
I am charging with rage at Kalinda.
All right, so fast action gets you out of the room. You got your slow action.
Just close combat. Try to. I don't think I have anything on me, right?
Well, whatever equipment you've got. If you've got something that would use, you could use a makeshift club, or I don't know. Just tell me what you got.
Well, I got a cutting torch.
You do have a cutting torch.
Could I? Do I guess it's a slow action, right? So could I fire it up?
Yeah.
I don't know if I have experience in blaster with it.
I don't think you would have had it out at that point. Well, no, certainly at no point. So I'd say it's your slow action to pull the cutting torch and turn it on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
So that's
what I
perfect. Yeah, you can do that. Chip, make an observation roll, would you? Roll your panic, please. Tremble. So all your agility-based skills have -2 until your panic stops. She.
Ooh, can I hold? I need to pause for 1 second, Marty. Here, I'm sorry. I
Go
gotta
ahead.
take this phone call.
Well, your turn's over, so I'll move on. Malcolm, your turn.
Does my tremble still count?
No, I think there was enough downtime that your tremble's gone.
In that case, I will shoot Meta.
Okay. All right. Holy shit. Roll your panic, please. 9.
Ooh.
You drop an item. Okay. So your stress level goes up by 1, which I guess the character sheet does that automatically anyway. But your attack goes off. You hit him. You do 1 point of damage to him, and then you've got 3 stunts.
Well, what
Damage, and drop prone.
Okay. Alright, so damage, and drop prone. So that means you did 3 points of damage to him and you knocked him to the ground. Would you please roll 3 D66s? 3 D66 3 times. Huh. Wow. So after seeing what happened to Dr. Mallory, you fire your gun at Meta, and as you start to fire it, Malcolm, I would think is screaming screaming expletives as he is just pulling the trigger over and over and over, round after round hits Dr. Meta, and he, you hear as the bullets hit him, you hear the cracking of bones. A couple of these rounds just open him up, much like Kalinda just did to Dr. Mallory, and his internal organs, his intestines start spilling out. There's blood, but not nearly what you would expect. It's almost like it's already somewhat coagulated. But he falls to the ground, and he just blinks a couple times. Um, yeah. You're as far as the drop item. I think everything that happened caused you to obviously the pistol's empty, and I think it's the pistol you actually dropped in your panicked firing.
Right. Yep.
Okay, very good, very good. We have Dr. Mallory. Dr. Mallory's dead. Sorry, not the pour salt in the wound. Um, Chip, what you noticed was when you pulled out the cutting torch and lit it threateningly. Um, it was very, very slight. Even though you panicked, you didn't panic enough to miss it. It was very, very slight, but Kalinda seemed to flinch away from it for just a moment. And that brings us to Mercedes. Mercedes, you just watched
Yeah.
him unload on Dr. Meta, and Dr. Meta is laying on the ground because he was knocked down by all the rounds, with his ruptured intestines spilling out everywhere. And yet he doesn't appear to be dead.
Talking is free, right?
Yep, talking is free unless it's a command. If it's a command, it's a slow action.
It's not a command, it's a question.
Okay.
What do you plan to do if we start up the machine?
Make a manipulation roll. Two successes. That's probably enough. He says we're going to open the gate. Moving to the NPC's turn.
Well, I didn't take any actions.
Oh, you didn't take any actions. I'm sorry. You're right. You just spoke. I apologize.
I just spoke. I asked a question. Um, all right. I don't know. I don't generally know what the rules are, but I don't think it's appropriate to have a conversation
No.
during a firefight.
Yeah.
So, um, but our weapons are having no effect. All right, I'll fire my weapon again at him, and I'm going to aim.
All right.
So
That
gives
gives
me
you +2. You have a success, so you do 1 point of damage, unless, of course, you want to push the roll.
No.
Okay, just roll me a d66 then. An 11. Okay, well, yeah.
Broke a
Oh.
fingernail.
Yeah. All right, so Meta, it's going to use both his fast and his slow action. He climbs to his feet. Kalinda, I think Kalinda says, Chip, put that down.
Yeah, I just say back, get back. You're not her.
All right, so she takes a swing at you. She has a success. You've not acted yet, so if you can use your fast action to try to block if you like.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And we'll do that.
I don't even remember what Chip's talent is. I hate to admit.
Talent dodge in close combat. You may roll them. I wish I would have known that before.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so okay, so I guess I'll do that instead.
Yeah. Let you roll mobility, and what every success
But I-
increases damage by 1.
Yeah, but I do have a -2 on something.
Yeah,
right?
you've got a -2 to your mobility, to your agility, right now, because of your stress
so-
effects.
It's still better than trying close combat, I think.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, well, I clicked it. Nothing happened.
It should have brought up the dialogue box for a modifier.
Yeah, I don't. Usually comes up right there. I don't see it. Is there a way to do it manually, or?
Here, let me take a look at the. Where's your character sheet? There it is. Mobility.
I
Oh,
don't
worked.
see the.
Worked when I did it. When I clicked mobility, it just brought up the input value box. Didn't do it on your
Just
side.
now?
Yeah.
No, I don't see it. I don't see it. I
That's
don't-
weird. Well, 2 options. I can either just click the roll right here, or you can roll 66.
Yeah, no. Go ahead and do it.
All right, no problem. Wow.
Ow! Yeah, you gotta
Yeah.
roll for me all the time.
Yeah. So you're extremely quick and nimble, and she completely whiffed her attack, which brings us to Chip. It's your turn.
Blaster with my lit cutter.
All right.
So I guess that's
That's a close combat, and it gives you a plus. Hold on, let me double check. I'm sorry. It's either a +2 or +3. Just let me double check. Ba, 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 ba. We don't use cutting torches in combat real often.
No. It's kind of. This is fun. Maybe.
Maybe. Just to let everybody know, your average kid character does not start with a cutting torch. No, Chip pilfered that from the store.
Yes, I did. Your average kid will pilfer, though, so.
Close combat weapons. Here we go. The cutting torch. Okay, it's no bonus, but it's 3 damage armor piercing.
Okay.
So just roll your close combat, please.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, roll your panic.
Not.
Nervous to it. Stress and stress level of all PCs in short range. So that'd be you and Malcolm. Goes up 1.
Yeah.
And
Okay, at least.
you
nothing
realize
catastrophic.
that Chip, while you understand the basic concept of how this might be used as a weapon, you really have no idea what you're doing, and
Right.
you're not able
And
to
with
make
it.
contact. Yeah, which brings us to Malcolm. It's your turn.
Right, so it doesn't look like I've got any ammo for the pistol,
Okay.
so that would be out. So I would pull out my maintenance jack and just smash Meta in the head.
All right. Perfect. Do a close combat roll. 0 bonus, 2 damage.
Can I make the argument that the maintenance jack is a blunt weapon, so it gets the +1 bonus
Yes,
that blunt
yes.
weapons get?
Absolutely.
Got a feeling we need every little bit that we can scrounge up here.
Wow.
At least there wasn't a panic.
Yeah, it was not a panic. That's a lot of panic dice. You club him. Would you roll a d66, please? A 32. So you kind of do an uppercut baseball bat-esque swing, and you bring that maintenance jack right up between his legs, nail him right in the groin with it.
Oh,
He drops to his knees. Um, doesn't really shout or scream in pain or anything, as you would expect somebody would, having just been clubbed in the groin by a big heavy metal thing. Yeah. Mercedes, what would you like to do?
um, if I issue a command, is that fast or slow action?
That's a slow action. And the way that works is on their turn, any PC who hears the command and chooses to follow the command gains a bonus die on any roll for each success you have on your roll.
All right. It's not what I wanted to do. All right. All right. So since talking is a free action, not command, for talking, I look at what appears to be Dr. Meta and I ask, are you trying to get home?
Make a manipulation roll. Two successes. He says, "No, there's nothing there but darkness. We seek peaceful coexistence." Mercedes, what
I'm
would you
going to
like?
fire again.
All right. Wait, why? He said we're peaceful. No?
Yeah, ask Chip's mom why. Oh wait, you can't. She's dead.
All right, so you hit him, you do 1 point of damage, you have 2 stunts.
Doesn't seem to be doing much good, but I'll put it into damage.
All right, would you please roll 3 d66 rolls for me? So you do 1, 2, 3 points of damage.
Hold on a second.
35. So your magic bullet, well, it's probably a combination of things, but anyway, you put a round in his chest that, just based on your handgun training, you know either hit him in the heart or very close to it. And his other kneecap is blown out, and yet he's still sitting there kneeling, looking at you. And that brings us to the NPCs. Kalinda says to you, Chip, stop fighting us. Just help us fix the machine and open the gate. That's all we're asking for.
And I say, okay, you're right. I'll help you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to bring up the torch again.
Okay,
See
well,
if I can
she's
get
acting
this.
first, so hold on.
Oh, she's acting first. That's
Yeah,
why she
yeah.
said it. Yeah, and I don't say anything. I glare at her.
All right, so
Killed
she's
my
going
mother.
to take another swing at you, and she actually doesn't hit at all. Dr. Meta, says, "You can't kill us. Just stop and help us fix the machine." Either of you have a response?
No.
Nope.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give him -2 to his attack because he is literally all busted up. Um, it still rolled 6 dice. Well, it doesn't matter. He didn't hit anyway. I wonder why it still rolled 6, even though I dropped it down to 4. That's strange. But he took a swing at you, Malcolm, and he missed. He was not successful in hitting you at all. So that brings us to the PCs. Chip, it's your turn.
Sorry, had to unmute. Yep, so I'm doing close combat for the torch.
All right. All right. Make your roll, please.
Any subtractions? No,
No.
right? Yeah, because it's not mobility.
Correct.
Oof.
2 successes. Roll your panic. Tremble. Okay. Well, that doesn't really.
Are we sure that it's rolling all the panic? Because I've got like 8 at this point, I think.
Yeah, I hover over your 8, and it rolled 1 plus 7. It rolled a
Oh, I
d6
guess-
plus 7,
Plus
which
seven.
the result was 1 plus 7. So yeah, it's rolling all
Wow.
the dice.
You got a good roll.
Jeez.
You got a good roll.
I guess, but none of us have really like freaked the fuck out.
So you do
Yeah.
3 damage, and it's armor piercing. You have a stun. What would you like to do with your stun?
Is this close combat stunt?
Yes.
Now let's look and see what those are.
I forget what that is.
Well, let's see. You inflict 1 more point of damage. You outmaneuver your enemy and can trade initiative scores with them, taking effect next round. You knock or pull a weapon or other object from your opponent, which she doesn't have any. Your opponent is knocked to the ground. You hold your opponent in a grapple. They need, well, I'm not sure that one exactly. Well,
Right.
maybe.
I
They
think
need to win an
thematic-
opposing close combat roll to stop.
Yeah, yeah. Thematically, I think I would have added an extra point of damage, just
Okay.
holding it there longer.
All right. Yeah. As you make contact with that cutting torch, her, it burns right through her clothing and into her skin, and she screams in pain. You did 4 points of damage.
Still standing, huh?
Still standing, but actually, I gotta check one thing. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I need you to roll 2d66 rolls.
Okay.
All right. We have a 26 and a 36,
Yep.
which you've basically you've slashed through the muscles and bone of one of her arms, basically broken her arm.
Okay. I'll take it.
All right, very good, very good. Brings us to Malcolm. Oh, you have to make a power roll on that cutting torch. They start at a 5 power, so
Roger. Let me.
what would you like to do, Malcolm, while he's figuring that out?
Malcolm is just bashing the professor and trying to either keep him down or smash his head into a pulp.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack roll then. Wow, 2 successes with absolutely no panics, despite having 42 panic dice.
Yeah.
All right, so it's 2 damage automatically, and then you got a bonus. You got a stun.
More damage.
All right, so you do 3 damage total. I need a pair of D66s. 45 and a 46.
Wow, do that again.
Um, yeah. So what I'm gonna, based on everything that's happened to him, and Chip, your power is fine. Um, you clock him. He goes down on the ground. I mean, there's ruptured intestines everywhere. I mean, it's bad. It smells awful. Um, a, and like I said, there's blood, but it's not. It's like it's already coagulated. It's very bizarre. But he's down on the ground. He's really obviously to the point where he can't move outside of maybe just crawling. Um, he says, "You can't. You why? Why are you doing this?" He said, "Just help us fix the machine. That's all you have to do." Mercedes, your turn.
Fix the machine so you can bring more like you into our universe?
We just want life and coexistence. We can coexist, but not if you make us kill you.
Just think of the promotions you'll be able to get if you can box one of these up for your overlords.
Well, all right. I heard the Kalinda thing scream,
Right.
but I don't know why,
True.
because they're in the hallway.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to metagame. I have no idea why she screamed. But it can be hurt, but not with what I'm doing. Um, can I use my fast action to look around the room?
Sure. Where are you looking for?
I'm looking to see if there's anything else I can use as a weapon besides my pistol, because the pistol doesn't seem to be doing. I mean, it's tearing the body up, but it's not
Make an observation roll.
stopping this guy.
Two successes, no panics. There's really nothing in here that you feel would benefit as a weapon. There might be some knives in the kitchen or maybe some tools down in the laboratory that you could use, like a maintenance jack or something like that. But there's really nothing in here.
Yeah, but I just watched Malcolm whack with a maintenance jack and
That's true.
didn't do anything really.
There's really not much in here that you feel like would act as a weapon.
All right.
Unless you pushed the arcade machine across the room and then tipped it over on him.
All that'll do is hold him to the ground. Well, definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting a different result. All right, I'll just take my slow action to shoot.
Okay. Oh, okay. You hit. You did a point of damage. Go ahead and make a D66 roll.
Ugh.
23. Well, you put a round through his other hand, so both his hands are broken now. Um, he just says, "You don't understand." And that brings us to the top of the round. Kalinda is taking a swing at you. She's
At who?
at Chip,
Okay.
and she hit. So Chip,
Oof.
you can you're going to try and do your
Yeah,
mobility.
I'm going to try to do the dodge.
Dodge.
Let's see if that button works for me.
You're at a -2.
Dodge, duck, dive.
Yeah.
Dodge.
Serpentine,
Nope, it's not
serpentine.
working for me.
All right, I'll take care of
So-
it. I'll get you.
Okay.
Smith.
Oh,
No
Holy
successes
mackerel.
and a panic. You want to roll
here
your
we go
panic?
again. Yes, sir. Um,
Oh.
All right. Well, unless you want to do something to avoid this outcome.
I don't. I mean, I don't think there's a way to avoid it, right?
Story point.
Didn't I? Oh, well, I could use the
But that's
story point.
expensive.
You could use the story
What?
point to auto succeed your agility roll, if your mobility roll, if you wanted to. Either that, or we'll just play this out.
Well, again, thematically, I think I'd probably be screaming by now, so
All right. So
I'll
that's
save it.
That's fine. So you're unable to dodge the attack. Malcolm and Mercedes, you hear Chip just start screaming his lungs out. You both must make an immediate panic roll. Chip,
Now, do we make the panic roll before or after we increase our stress by 1?
It doesn't say increase stress.
yeah, it does not. It just says you make a panic roll.
But every friendly character who hears your scream must make a panic roll.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I joined my friend there in screaming. You scream, I scream, we all scream.
Yeah. So Malcolm, you start screaming, which causes. I'm not going to do the cascading panic rolls because then it gets out of control. But Chip, you do take a point of damage. Which so take a point of damage and jump your stress up 1 die, and I think that makes you broken again, does it not?
It does. I'm a broken man.
So make your D66 roll for me.
Oh, I love this dice.
A 44.
What did I lose? Like, my chest?
It's not in-
Cool.
Punctured lung.
Punctured lung? Is
Yeah.
that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
awesome.
until you receive medical aid, you will die in 1 day. Regardless, you've got stamina and mobility of -2. But you are broken. So Chip just starts to scream, and then that scream goes out with a goes out with a bang. That scream gets cut off suddenly as Kalinda nails him in the chest with a fist. Malcolm, you see Chip go down and not get back up. You don't think he's dead, but he's down. And of course, that caused you to start screaming, which, yeah, life is good all around. And that brings us to Malcolm, actually.
All right, now, before we do our math, I had a nervous twitch when I did my stress roll, so I have to go up 1.
Well, it does it automatically for you.
Oh, it did it automatically. Okay.
If Malcolm sees Chip go down, he'll just charge her and smash her with the maintenance jack.
All right, that'll work. So
Sure.
fast
Yeah.
action to run down the hall, and then slow action to clock her. Go ahead. Roll your panic, please.
Ooh, my. Oof.
Ooh, you freeze. Just as you Yeah, you run down to take that swing at her, and just as you get to her, and you can see where Chip burned through her arm with something. There's the cutting torch on the ground, probably in his hand, right where he's laying, and you go to clock her with that maintenance jack, and she just fixes you with this dead stare, and yeah, you freeze. Which
So,
go ahead.
question: this is losing your next slow action. Does that mean I just lose this one, or does it mean this one goes off, but I lose the next one?
The rules state that any panic of a 10 or higher causes the action to fail, so I'm assuming it means
Right.
this action.
Okay.
All right. Mercedes.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to argue that what happened to Malcolm was in the hallway where I can't
You
see.
didn't see it. You just saw him go dashing off after Chip stopped screaming.
And Dr. Meta's on the floor,
Yeah.
can hardly move
Yep.
because his meat suit has been torn up. So, I'm going to use my fast action to enter the hallway.
Okay. Very good. And you have a slow action.
I'm going to fire my weapon at Kalinda.
All right. Go ahead and take your shot. Roll your panic, please. All right, so yeah, that's an easy one. All right, so you do a point of damage, and you have a stun.
More damage.
All right, so give me 2d66 rolls. 42 and a 52. All right. So you roll a d6 for me. Huh, interesting. All right. So you come around the corner, you see Chip on the ground, and Malcolm frozen in terror. You raise your gun, you just start blasting. You empty your clip and end up dropping your gun as one round blasts clean through her foot, and the other round.
Terrible aim.
Yeah, well, you started panicking as you were firing, so. What did Unforgiven teach us? That most people can't pull a gun and start firing quickly and hit anything more than 6 feet away. And the one of your other rounds goes right through her arm that was apparently already burned by something. And when it passes through that arm, which was hanging limply at her side, blood just starts jetting out of that arm, spraying the wall red. You hit an artery. She's going to be dead in minutes. Except she doesn't seem to notice that either her foot's been pulped or that she's spraying blood everywhere.
Okay.
Um,
Now I have a question.
okay.
When I hit that roll and it said your stress level increased by 1.
It did it automatically.
Okay. Okie doke.
All right, so back to the top of the round. She looks at the two of you, and she says, "I don't need him." Kind of motions at Chip, and I don't need her, but I need you. Please don't make me kill you, she says to you, Malcolm.
Malcolm just kind of looks at her, still frozen in place.
All right, she's going to roll. and she hits you. She does 1 point of damage, and you take 1 point of stress.
Now, I've got a compression suit, which I think is. Does it have armor?
Which version is it? Is it the Mark 50 or the Mark?
Yes,
Okay, it's the Mark
50.
50. Give me 1 second. It does have armor. And I
It's
will
got a little 2 in the box, so.
Oh, there you
pick-
go. So it has 2 armor. Yeah, because that's the more mobile one that has less armor, but it's a lot. It's not clunky. The other one has the other version's got more armor, but it gives you an agility modifier.
Right.
Oh shoot!
Good
I
luck.
forgot about that suit. We could have avoided your stamina rolls out in the cold.
Damn.
It's okay. All right, go ahead and make your armor roll, sir. All right. So
Wow.
yeah, that suit took the damage. She hit you pretty hard, but it didn't. Certainly a lot harder than an 18-year-old 5'3" girl should be able to hit you.
Right.
But you're all right.
So take the stress, but not the health.
You don't even take the stress.
Okay.
Yeah,
You didn't get damaged.
yeah. So you're good.
Feeling good about my suit.
That's right. Chip, you are down. You can't do anything except crawl or talk.
Uh, shit. I think I'll just start crawling towards my mother's body.
Yeah. All right. All right. Very good. Malcolm.
He'll try and smash her again.
All right.
Try and save Chip.
Okay.
What's your close combat?
I think it's 5.
Plus a ton of stress dice.
Yep.
All right. Roll your panic. Oh. All right. You must use your next action to move away from danger and seek a safe spot if possible. You are allowed to make a retreat roll, which you're going to have to. So yeah, you've decided to. Which direction is he going to seek cover? Do you think he's running into the bedroom, or do you think he's going back up the hall towards the rec room?
He'll try to get to the exit of the building. Just get out of here
All right.
totally.
All right, very good. Would you make an agility roll to try to get away without being attacked? Wow. Go ahead and you do have a stress in there. I don't know if you can. Can you really panic in the process of panicking? Yeah, it's the
I
same
don't
roll
think
anyway,
so.
so it doesn't really matter. Mercedes, your stress goes up 1. So does yours, technically, Chip. And doesn't yours
Okay.
automatically went down, right, Malcolm? So
Yeah,
if you're
1 by
heading
1.
for the door, then you would use a fast action, go up the hall, then a fast action to cross the other side of the room.
Yep.
All right, that's fine. And then next round you can act normally, I believe. Yep.
Yes.
Very good, Mercedes.
Okay. There's a cutting torch on the ground on fire.
Yeah, basically, right next to
On
where
the floor.
Chip's at. Yep.
Can I pick that up with a fast action, or is that a slow action?
Picking up an item is a fast action, but Chip is down the hall from you, so it'd be a fast action to get there, then a fast action to pick it up.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought... All right, I'm confused. I thought he... All right. So he attacked Kalinda with it,
Right,
and then he dropped it when he got hit.
right.
So she's down the hall from me, too.
Yeah, they're down here, and you're up here.
Gotcha. Well... Um, all right, so if I wanted to pick up the torch, all I could do is use a fast action to get there, use
Right.
my slow action to pick it up, so I can't use it.
Correct. Till
And then
next round.
and then on her turn, she gets a free swipe at me.
Yeah, that about sums it up.
And she hits hard.
For a 5'3",
And-
18-year-old girl.
Yeah. But if she swings at me, I've used my actions.
No, it'll
Oh
be
no,
next
it'll be a
round.
new turn.
Right.
So not having used my turns, I'll have a chance to
Block. Yeah.
block. And that uses what? Mobility or close combat?
That's close combat.
Yeah. See, I don't have good close combat dice. But I'm going to bite the bullet. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use my fast action to go to the torch and my slow action to pick it up.
Okay, that works. Brings us to the top of the round, and of course, Kalinda sees no value in you, Mercedes. So she's going to take a swing at you, and she does hit you. She has 2 successes.
All right, I'm going to use a story point to block.
Okay. Well, you have to get 2 successes to successfully block. A story point will give you 1.
Okay, so that's close combat, right?
Correct.
Here we go.
Oh, look at you.
And then I'll use my story point.
Yep, to get 2. So, with all the adrenaline pumping through your veins, you somehow hold off the attack of this diminutive, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say.
Diminutive,
Thank you. Yet oddly strong young lady.
oddly strong.
Yeah, that brings us to Chip, who can crawl or speak.
Oh, I just continue to crawl, I think.
All right. You're at your mother's side, who is stone dead. Malcolm, your turn.
I guess Malcolm will turn around and gather his courage and try and get back into the fight.
All right. So, moving back to the hallway, a fast action would get you there, and then you still have an action left.
He will just stay there and get ready to next round move in and hit.
Okay, that'll work. That'll work. Mercedes, your turn. Your turn.
I'm going to attack with the cutting torch.
All right, that's a close combat attack.
All right, so I'm just going to click close combat because I don't have that as a weapon on my
Yeah,
sheet.
that's fine.
And is there any pluses or minuses or anything?
Nope.
Or
it's
is it just close combat?
It's just close combat.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. So you do 3 damage, and then you have a stun.
Damage.
Would you roll 2d66 rolls for me? And a 42, 41. All right, so you go to work with this cutting torch, and as it gets close, Kalinda kind of squints and shies away from it, but you come at her and you start the flame burns through her clothes and cuts through her flesh, and blood spatters up into her eyes, and she screams in agony. And then her body just falls to the floor and doesn't move. Her eyes are closed. She continues to bleed out from her wounds. Oh, make a power roll on the cutting torch. It has a 5 power.
Oh, it's still 5.
Yeah, because Chip used it once and it didn't go down, so.
Okay.
Ooh. So it dropped to 3.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you do not have good luck with power rolls, let me tell you.
No, but hey, I can't complain because of my previous successes on the close combat.
That's right.
Man.
As she falls to the floor, she's not dead. She's breathing. Of course, she's got wounds everywhere. Bullet wounds, wounds from the cutting torch, and she's spraying blood out of her arm for where you shot her. But as she falls to the floor and doesn't move anymore, Dr. Meta from the next room he's near Malcolm. He screams something it's incomprehensible. You don't know what it was he said, but if he said anything, it might have just been a scream of anguish. Meta crawls towards you, Malcolm. He's a few feet away, so he can't really reach you, but as he's crawling towards you, he's leaving ropey entrails and smears of blood on the ground behind him.
Ew.
I will back up and away towards Mercedes and say, Meta's still coming. Burn him. Burn him. It looks like that's working.
Alright, perfect. Chip, you got anything you want to do on your 5?
No, I guess you scream, burn the bitch. If it gives encouragement at all.
That's right. So, Mercedes, Meta is crawling through the doorway into the hall. He's prone. He really can't do anything to fight you off. So if you want to hit him with that cutting torch, be my guest. I'm not going to make you roll for it. I will make you roll the power roll on it, but I won't make you roll to hit him because he really is no way to prevent you from hitting him, if that makes sense. Mercedes?
I'm thinking.
Oh.
If I use a command, it's well, I don't necessarily want to use a command.
Well, what are you looking to do? Because command is for use on friendly characters. Manipulation is for non-friendlies.
Right.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay.
I want to. I don't know if this is if this is a free action or a command. I wanted to suggest to Malcolm that he finds something to tie these guys up with.
I mean, that could just be talking. Now, if you made it a command and he decided to go look for something to do that with, his observation roll would gain a bonus for every success you have. But it would require a command roll, obviously, and it would take a slow action.
All right, I'm going to use my talk, and I'm not going to command Malcolm. I'm going to just say, Malcolm, I think we can tie them up if you can find something. Sheets or something. That's it.
Okay.
Next. Um, boy, this is a conundrum because, all right, I'm going to go ahead and use the torch on Meta.
Okay. All right. So we'll just run you up to where he is, and you torch him. Go ahead and make the power roll. It's down to 3. He screams in agony. He pleads with you to stop.
God, now it sounds awful. Now I sound like I'm cruel.
Yeah, he pleads with you to stop. Just please open. Just please open the gateway. Just let us in. As he's screaming in horror. Um. Wow. Well, that's already been done. So I'm just going to move it up 1.
Okay.
You burn right through his head, which would normally, if it were, for instance, in this critical, if you were to have shot him with a gun, his brains would have gone out the other side. And yet he continues to scream and beg and plead.
That's
Before we start the round over, Mercedes, make an observation roll, would you?
Oh. Okay.
Because you're the only one in a position that would notice this. Roll your panic, please. As you're burning through him and through Meta, and he's screaming and begging and agonizing, you stop for a moment because you hear some electronic beeping, and then you look over as the door to the outside opens up, and Jaleel Ekwenzi, with his axe, comes through the door.
That's just great.
Top of the
I
round.
don't know. He might be on our side, right?
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. Top of the round brings us to the NPCs, and I guess I need to give Jaleel an initiative roll to see what happens. He's on a 9. All right. Mr. Dr. Sunil Mehta, or what's left of him, continues to beg and plead for his life, and that if you'll just help them, because he doesn't know what else to do. Who brings us to Chip, who is still on the ground, broken, with a punctured lung. He's not dead yet, but he's not getting better.
Do I see Jaleel come in?
No, because he's all the way over here at the main entrance, so you're in the hallway.
I'm in the hallway.
Yeah.
I pass.
Okay. Perfect. Brings us to Malcolm, who's on an 8.
Malcolm will try and figure out where the storeroom or the lab equipment is to try and find something good to tie these two up.
Well, we can talk about that. The all the lab equipment's in the lower level, which means you have to go all the way up through number 8 to get there. You've got the bedrooms lining the hallway right here. You've never been in number 6 or number 4 for that matter. Number 5 is it was Kalinda's room. There were clothes and bed linens and stuff like that, so you might be able to makeshift something like that, or you can try and go into one of the other bedrooms, or you tell me.
No, I'm in front of 4, so I'll open 4.
Okay. The door opens right up. It wasn't locked or anything. This bedroom is trashed. Um, there's clothing everywhere, men's clothing, larger size. You know, someone about your size, a bigger guy. And the room is trashed like it's been searched through. But yeah, you could probably, you know, the mattress is off kilter. You could probably rip the sheets off the bed if you wanted to try and use something like those.
Yep, I'll do that.
All right, so do that, and then I'll let you come back into the hallway for your turn. Um, Jaleel is a 9, which goes before Mercedes. Jaleel uses a fast action to come into that room and another fast action to come to the doorway where you're at, and he's done. Mercedes, what would you like to do?
Well, speaking is free, so I'm going to tell the Dr. Meta meat suit I can't be the one that let alien life forms into into our universe. And then I'm going to use one of my actions to move to where my gun is on the floor,
Okay.
and my slow action to pick it up.
All right, so what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to make a manipulation roll, please.
Oh, okay.
No successes and 2 panics. Would you roll a panic, please? All right. Um, so as you now, Equenzi's right there next to you, and your gun is over here because that's where it was that's where you were when you dropped it. Oh no no no!
Oh no, I was
You're
in
right
the
there.
hallway when
Yeah,
I
your
dropped.
gun's right there. Okay, so that's fine. So you pick up your gun. Now your gun's out of rounds. You would need to reload
Correct.
it, but
I
you
have a
know that.
reload, but I
Okay,
haven't reloaded it yet.
perfect. Um, all right. So even or well, we'll come back to that in just a second. All right. So is that your turn then?
I think that's all I
That's
can
it.
do.
Yep. All right. So Meta can't really do much. I think he's probably trying to crawl up the hallway away from you. Chip, are you passing, or do you have anything you can?
Nope, Roger, passing.
Okay, Malcolm, you're an 8.
Yeah, Malcolm's just if he doesn't know that the
I-
engineer is
I
there,
think you
he will
probably
just
see him.
right.
Yeah.
Um, and it looks like he's aiming to kill Mercedes.
Possibly. He's got his axe. He doesn't quite look like he's in his right head.
In that case, I'll go to next to her, and kind of the idea is to try and defend or cover if I can if he attacks.
Okay, I gotcha. So kind of an Overwatch. If he attacks, you're going to try to block the attack. Is that the idea?
Yes. Yep. Yep.
I like it. All right, that works. Unfortunately, Mercedes did not succeed in her manipulation roll. So Jaleel is he's now got 2 targets in front of him, so he has to pick one, even or odd. Odd. So he swings his axe at Mercedes. So I'm going to make his close combat roll. Oh,
Wow.
Mercedes probably steps back at just the right moment, and the axe cracks into the door frame, but he does not hit her. And I don't know what else that leaves him with. So uh, I guess that puts us at Mercedes. Since his attack just missed, I guess your Overwatch doesn't really go off, Malcolm. But it was
Yep.
a good thought. Mercedes, what would you like to do? Jaleel just took a whack at you and missed, and he's got the crazy eyes.
I'd like to take my fast action to step back away. Um,
That would require a mobility roll to disengage.
well, hold on a second, because then I'm not going to do that because I'm carrying a -2 modifier on my agility because of the stress tremble.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Man, I didn't see the time. This has gone on. How's
Yeah.
everybody for time?
I've got about 10 minutes left.
Yeah, that's probably about me too. I gotta go to Wisconsin and pick up a new puppy, so
Oh
Oh,
man,
wow.
it'll be fun.
Cool.
Yeah,
Wisconsin.
so yeah, about the same.
It's Czechoslovakia. It's like going into Wisconsin.
That's
I got the
right.
crap picked out of me in Wisconsin once.
Zip in and zip out.
Okay, reloading is a slow action.
Correct.
Um, all right, let me ask something else. If I try and manipulate Jaleel, is that a fast action?
It's I would call it a fast action because talking is free. But if you were to say something that's an attempt at manipulation, I would make it use your fast action instead of being free. So yeah, I'll give you that. Sure.
All right, so I'm going to use my fast action to tell Jaleel, Jaleel, stop! Freeze!
Okay. Make a manipulation roll. Make your panic roll.
This is getting bad.
Oh,
Oh, look at that.
you and your 4 stress dice. Other people at 7 and 8. You're fine.
You're right.
You kind of see his eyes clear just a little bit. The sanity kind of comes back into him, and after having yanked his axe out of the doorframe, he kind of hesitates, and he turns his head slightly and says, "We can't let them out of here. They can't leave here."
All right, I'm going to use my slow action to reload my weapon.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
And I'm just going to nod my head at Jaleel the whole time.
I think we can come out of initiative. Jaleel kind of lowers his axe, and as you get a good look at him, he lifts some goggles up out of the way, and the man looks tired. He looks more tired than anyone you've probably ever seen, and he's got signs of frostbite on his face. And he says, "Please tell me you didn't get the machine working."
No, we purposely chose not to let them start the machine. And they needed our help to repair it, and we weren't going to help repair it.
It's
We've disabled them as much as we can, but they're not dead. They're just incapacitated. Jaleel, can you tell us what happened?
It was the darkness. We opened up portal after portal these doorways to other universes. Some were empty, but the last one we opened, the 12th one, it was this empty, dead landscape, just rock. Sun, whatever light came from the sun in that world, and it was this cloud of darkness. It came at the portal. The doctor wouldn't close it. I grabbed an axe and destroyed it, but I've never seen. It wasn't like a gas. It was darkness. It moved on its own. It took the doctor. It took his daughter. I had damaged the machine. They wanted me to fix it. I attacked Dr. Meta with the axe. It should have killed him. I put it through his chest. I ran. This technology can't exist. No one can have this. We don't know what's out there.
So what do you think happened? Did Dr. Meta and his daughter's consciousness change places with something?
I don't know if I don't know. It took them over though.
Well, we figured that out.
They wanted nothing more than they wanted me to help them fix the machine. They wanted to bring more of their kind into this place. I don't know details, but I just know that can't happen. I wanted to set off the reactor. I wanted to destroy the whole colony. This technology can't exist. Says I'm really tired.
We're in agreement. We need to do something. How do we? Do you have any guess on how we can destroy these entities? Because we've largely destroyed their bodies, but apparently the entity still exists.
Chip, you've regained a point of health at this point, so you can move freely. Kalinda has apparently bled out completely, and her body has stopped breathing. Dr. Meta is slowly crawling his way up the hallway, leaving a trail of gore behind him.
Malcolm, did you find anything to tie these up with?
Yep, I've got a few bait sheets here, and I'm just ripping them up
Okay,
and getting stuff to tie them up with.
Yeah, let's tie up. Let's tie the Meta meat suit up, hands, what's left of arms and legs, so it can't crawl, and we'll do the same to Kalinda to, just in case somehow it begins to animate this body. Jaleel, do you think fire? They responded negatively to fire, hence the cutting torch. Do you think if we fired up a bonfire, we could burn them? Could that kill the entity once and for all?
Says
You don't
know. But I know
Okay.
the first thing they did was the first thing they did was lower the lights in the complex. I destroyed the conduits connecting the labs to the main building because I didn't want them contacting the colony, the main colony. I couldn't afford to risk them getting out. I didn't think they would leave the lab. So that's why I did that. We have to destroy that machine and all the data.
No argument from me there.
Um, all right, we need to incapacitate these two,
No
and
problem.
Chip needs medical help.
Yeah, Chip will die in a day if he doesn't
We
get
need
his lungs
we need to see to Chip and give him medical help. His mom, unfortunately, is gone. There's nothing we can do about that. And Jaleel, you need to understand, as an executive, Siegson, my goal is to understand this technology and essentially ensure that Siegson has full use of it and benefit from it. But I am in agreement that we can't let this technology get loose, unfettered, uncontrolled. But I don't know how we destroy this lab. And I don't think we can destroy the whole colony. We have people. There are other people still living in this colony that are innocents, have nothing to do with any of this technology. You know, they're just doing a job. Jaleel, how are you going to explain all this to Siegson and the authorities?
I did what I had to do. They were invading our world. You see what you've done to his body, and yet he's still moving. I don't know why she isn't, but they can't be allowed in our world. They came through the gate and they took over Dr. Meta's body and his daughters. I did what I had to do.
But we're in a paradox. If we destroy them and we destroy the lab and we destroy the machine and we destroy all the data, then we have no proof that something came from another universe and inhabited their bodies. And so it looks to everyone that we came and we murdered and a bunch of people and destroyed a significant asset of the Siegson company.
Well,
So
what if we just say it was like this when we arrived? Fringe experiment, crazy professor. We came here and the lab was already destroyed, and we only found the people at the colony.
I think that only works if you can obliterate all evidence of the lab build facility in its entirety, and I don't know how to do that. If any part of this still exists, they're going to piece it together, and we will be suspect.
How?
We don't have any proof that we didn't come in here and ourselves go crazy and kill everybody.
Well, if me and the Mr. Jaleel over here try and figure out how to set up a bomb or something, we just need to blow up the lab and the data. It was a freak accident of the experiment. You don't need to obliterate the whole thing. As long as it looks like it was something that went wrong with the experiment, that's all we need.
Jalil says we can probably do that. And you're certain the machine never got turned back on and no more of those things came through.
Not by us.
Yeah, as far as we know, they were trying to do that and they never got it turned on. But who knows?
Oh.
They didn't know how to fix it.
That's our understanding, is they didn't know how to fix it. Therefore, they couldn't operate the machine. We can, I suppose we can go down and look, but they kept saying they needed our help. They needed our help. At first, I thought that maybe it was a big misunderstanding and they really needed our help to go home. But they made it clear that they wanted to stay here and they wanted more of their kind here. Couldn't allow that. If we can... We've still got several hours before we can head back. So we've got to help Chip, and we've got to come up with some reliable way to destroy the machine, these two entities, and all the data that's in the computer. We have to come up with a reliable way to do that. And then we can walk back to the colony. And our story to everyone is that we came,
We saw, we kicked its ass. Oh,
we came and saw the results of some terrible, terrible accident. And that it must have been offline. And then the only other thing we'll have to do is, before we rig that explosion, we need to make sure that there's no evidence that the power cables are still connected between the tractor and the building. Because that would affect our story, I think. If it's a catastrophic accident that took everything out, then who could have connected up the tractor to the building? Nobody. We can't leave anything behind that looks like we were somehow implicated in this. That we're the ones who did it. Because again, without evidence of the portal between the universes, we don't have a backup for our story on why we killed two scientists. Even though we know they weren't scientists, they were already dead.
even though we know that they know.
But I know that they know that I knew that they knew.
That's right.
All right.
So we'll do, because there's really not, I don't feel like, enough here for another session by any means.
No.
So we'll narrate this to a close. The team, all the while ignoring the constant pleadings of Dr. Mehta and what's left of him. To the contrary, the team works together. Jalil and Malcolm surely find a way. There's enough electrical equipment, probably using power from the tractor itself to rig up an explosion that will easily take the facility out, destroying evidence. you put all that together in your reports. That except, how do you explain? I'm curious. How do you explain the loss of Dr. Mallory?
Um, it was blunt force trauma, and unfortunately, Dr. Mallory fell down the catwalk ladder as we were going down to the lab to check out the lab. She lost her balance and fell, and took a severe blow to the abdomen. The other thing that Mercedes does to make sure that nothing can be recovered from the wreckage, she uses her magic Seegson ID card to get access to the computer, which of course she wasn't going to let those two know she had.
Hmm.
And she wipes all the memory banks for all the experiments clean. So maybe it isn't the way the alien world would really work, but Mercedes' own conscience of what's right and wrong for her universe overrides any corporate greed or corporate ladder climbing that she would otherwise
Wow.
pursue.
So she works for the company, but she's really an okay guy.
Well, this one time.
The report back to Seegson is, of course, not well received, and they send their own team out. That unfortunately they can't come to any conclusions other than what they gave. And this is the what you gave them, and this is bad for Seegson. Seegson has a substantial dollar value invested in this facility and these experiments. To have them come to such an end, all that money wasted, it's going to take Seegson quite some time to recoup those losses. I imagine that Mercedes is probably, having not been successful in this project, this has probably derailed her career with Seegson for some time, and she's sent to some, back alley station, or back alley, but backwater station, to be an administrator of some facility that has all of 22 employees and probably 30 working Joes. Malcolm's just a pilot. I think he gets thrown back into service piloting unless he decides to quit Seegson. I'm not sure what happens to Chip after this.
Joins the Colonial Marines to live out his anger and rage against whatever's out there.
And one day he writes a book about what really happened.
That's right.
Exactly.
Well, the Cold Dark. We never made it to Act 3. It just accelerated too quickly.
Oh, I didn't know there was an Act 3.
Yeah, Act 3 is if you guys actually decide to get the machine up and running.
Oh.
So you are facing an entity of darkness. The other way to affect them would have been to simply shine high beam flashlights on them.
Oh, something we never did.
Yep. No roll needed. 1 damage every time you hit them with a flashlight. The problem is the problem is it takes 6 damage to destroy the entity. So incorporeal form, meaning when they've inhabited a body, it takes 6 damage. So that's 6 hits with a flashlight, or 2 from the torch, because the torch does 3. The cutting torch was a stroke of genius. that you didn't even know you made, Jim.
Look at that.
Okay,
Um,
that's
Go
good.
for the cutting torch, and you saved our bacon.
I the entities will not expose themselves to daylight because that's automatic death for them. They will avoid bright areas in any way. That's why the lights were low. They had set the lights low right away before power got
Wow.
interrupted. So when you guys got power back on, the lights came on low because that's what they were left at. But one of the entity's plans is to use Chip as a bargaining chip with Dr. Mallory to get her to help get the machine up and running. But you guys kind of were just so steadfast against it that it kind of escalated quickly. But light is the thing that kills them. So during the day, you're completely safe. But if you ever got the machine up and running, and more of those things came through, your only chance is to run away. The good news is they only have 2 health outside of a body. So you hit them with a flashlight twice, and they just die. But it was something completely different. It could have turned into a situation where you guys ended up running all the way back to the main complex and, having to hole up or deal with it there. But anyway.
Yeah, you could have gotten us to Act 3 if the entity in Meta's body had lied. Remember when Mercedes asked, "Are you trying to get home?" If he had said, "Yes, all we want to do is get home," Mercedes would have tried to stop everyone from killing him and tried to get the machine running, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But I succeeded in you had me do manipulation rolls, and I had no idea what I was manipulating.
Right, well, here's the other thing. Meta doesn't work properly. Dr. Meta doesn't work properly. And what I mean by that is that he and Kalinda were invaded and taken over right away.
Right.
Khalil got the machine knocked out, so no more of the entities came through to infect him or anybody else. He attacked Dr. Meta, and killed him, essentially, before the entity had complete understanding of what Dr. Meta was. So Kalinda acts normally. Kalinda acts like Kalinda. She knows what Kalinda knows. She has access to all that because Kalinda was still alive.
Okay.
Dr. Meta was dead. He died from the axe wound to the chest before the entity fully understood everything Meta knew. So that's why Meta's off. That's why his vocabulary falters. That's why he doesn't understand how basic things work. Whereas Kalinda, on the other hand, here's the other thing. If you had managed to do Kalinda 6 light damage without criticaling her body, you actually save her.
Oh, it's sad.
Yeah, you actually save her.
Man.
It was that bullet to the artery that really did her in.
Oh, jeez.
Dang it. Now you're ruining my day.
I'm a bad man. I'm sorry. All right. Well, this one went kind of long, but I felt like we were so close, we just had to push through and get it done.
Sure thing.
I appreciate you guys coming to play. This was a very different Alien game because there was no alien. Well, no xenomorph.
Kind of.
So,
Yeah.
But I hope you guys had fun.
Yep.
Sure did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know when we'll play next. Got to figure out what I want to do next, and we got to check on Sharif and see when his availability is going to free up, and we'll figure it out from there.
All right, cool.
Okay, sounds good.
That's good.
All right, guys.
All right, thanks,
for coming.
Marty.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Thanks again. See you guys.